or which we systematize for the benefit of humanity. Right? So for that reason, starting 2 years ago, we have related knowledge with some imperative statement of the kuliah. Okay? In the year 2019, our imperative statement was to link the campus with humanity, with community. How do we position this kuliah of Islamic revealed knowledge and human sciences for the benefit of our community? In the year 2020, okay, our imperative statement was to nurture community-orientated scholars and students for sustainable future. Many activities in the year 2020 that support that imperative statement couldn't be really materialized because of the different climate that we had last year. So we had to navigate our kuliah into new direction, right? So that this year, our imperative statement is to relevantize IRK and human sciences in the new zeitgeist. Right, so I think we are now entering, or we are now already in a new era, a new zeitgeist that require us to scope our knowledge with a number of pertinent notions. I think my little philosophy knowledge suggests that we have to look at knowledge from its epistemology, from its ontology, from its zoology, from its teleology, so that knowledge that we deal with, knowledge that we generate, okay, are giving meaning to us. Okay, we can substantiate the way we deal with knowledge if we understand these philosophical notions. And I hope, okay, this is something that we are going to look at, that we are going to gather input from this webinar so that it can help us substantiate our future direction. Again, I mean, this seminar is important for us, at least for two reasons. Number one is to substantiate our new curriculum that we are now reviewing and developing, right? So at least we know what to be inserted, what to be embedded, what to be included when we deal with knowledge of IRK and human sciences combined. And second, okay, it is very important because we are now starting to reintroduce our bachelor's program in philosophy, right? So what will be the feature of our philosophy program? Okay, what are the attributes of our philosophy graduate so that they are future-ready graduates who can be instrumental, who can be beneficial to the community that they served, right? So this is our expectation, at least that two objectives. So I thank you very much to the Rector of IUM for agreeing to address us today. Also, our appreciation to the Department of Fundamental and Interdisciplinary Studies for taking up this great job and also ready to embark on the new program of philosophy, Bachelor of Philosophy. Thank you also to our speakers, our participants, and our rapporteurs. Right, so wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Many thanks, Prof. Khan, for your welcoming remark. Distinguished participants, if you can scan the shelves of any bookstore, definitely you will find many books written on a gloomy and doomy picture of the future. Books such as, for example, Surviving the Convergence of the Catastrophes of the 21st Century, or How to Survive a Robotic Uprising, or Hacking Darwin, about the genetic engineering, books about the danger of the artificial intelligence. And also, in fact, actually, many books, many movies, media as a whole telling us that life really getting worse and will be anxious and miserable in the future. So of course, there are indeed many things we should worry about, like environmental problem, future pandemic after COVID-19. In fact, many people telling us that COVID-19 is just warming up for another big pandemic is on the way in 2028. And also, how about the erosion of privacy, and also the aging population, and also the loss of diversity. So at the same time, unfortunately, worst case scenarios are increasingly being thought of as likely scenarios. We are all but forgotten about the present realities and also especially the opportunities that the future offer. So many of us, of course, wondering just how relevant philosophy in general and Islamic philosophy in particular in addressing all these issues just now I mentioned, and also the issues that humanity facing today. So with these questions, of course, in this webinar, we are going to answer these issues, especially in the, the relevance of the Islamic philosophy in the higher education. So with this question, I would like to call upon the Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of International Islamic University, Malaysia, to deliver his keynote address. Tan Sri, over to you.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Brother Abdul Wahid, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Kamal Hassan, Professor Shukran, Professor Osman Bakar, my old colleague, old means not old age lah, Asma Ismail, Brother Abdul Aziz, thank you very much for SDG 18. I'm still mulling over it. So thank you very much for inviting me. I feel very humble each time we have got a seminar or webinar. I'm called in and I'm very happy to participate because I'm looking at an opportunity to learn. Certainly some of the topics that you put in is beyond my comprehension as the one that is today. When you talk about the philosophy, I'm not a philosophical guy at all. I'm just a plain street scientist, not even at the level of Asma. But still, I want to participate because I want to learn, and there's a lot of opportunity to learn in IIUM for the last 3 years. So I'm going to be brief and talk about something that I know very little. Hopefully that it makes sense to you. In the context that when I joined USM in the 1970s, the word interdisciplinary is already there. USM started under the tutelage of the late Professor Hamzah Sundut, introduced interdisciplinary from day one. For example, I'm a science student. 70% of my courses will be from the sciences and 30% will be from the non-sciences, including religion, but USM is not such a religious university. Therefore, it is just one of the many electives, so to speak. Yeah? For those people who take the arts, will have to take 70% of their courses in the arts and 30% in the non-arts, in the sciences, applied sciences, and so on and so forth. In that sense, I think USM is also an integrated university. In fact, the whole university was integrated, not just a whole faculty, but the whole university is integrated. Everybody have to do this 30%, 70% kind of ratio that I was talking to you about. So I learned a little bit about the social sciences from this sort of culture that is brought. And I also begin to learn a lot more in terms of interdisciplinary studies, particularly when I read the book by Edward Wilson called Conscience, that talks about, he says about the fragmentation of knowledge, he says is the artifacts of intellectual endeavors. So knowledge has never been fragmented like this. And you can do narrower and narrower and narrower. To quote people like Edward de Bono, he says, we are actually digging a hole deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. In other words, going into depth. At the end of the day, when we arrive at the end of the hole, we do not know where we started. In fact, we don't even see where we started. And therefore, we lost the whole idea of what knowledge is all about in an integrated way. And that's why he introduced this whole idea of lateral thinking and so on and so forth, just to bring back the knowledge together as a kind of a unitary body of knowledge, rather being compartmentalized the way it is. So when I joined the university, my search was basically what are the other non-science knowledge that I need to know. And because the university at that particular time was very new, and the learning of interdisciplinary was also very new, the people who teach us has never had this interdisciplinary training anyway. So I got many of my interdisciplinary training from the NGOs outside, the likes of CAPS, Consumers Association of Penang, the likes of Sahabat Alam. These are people who have already practiced interdisciplinarity, and I use the word practice rather than just teaching it in the classroom. And therefore, I'm very excited to listen to Professor Shukran that the new imperative is to bring community-oriented knowledge, as it were, and focusing into what the future is all about. I think this is a very progressive way of looking at things, and I hope that your kuliah will be able to influence other kuliah to also do this in a kind of a practical way, rather than just talking about it, and we have never had any experience on the ground, because what matters at the end of the day is what happened on the ground, not just what happened in our brain. I think academics just think what happens in their brain, but they do not know what's happening on the ground. And sometimes they do not even know how to react when they see things happening on the ground. So I want to take this into a kind of a specific case that I'm familiar with, and I think the university also is familiar with, so that we can demonstrate this question of reality and the future as far as interdisciplinary is concerned. So I'm going to pick something that some of you know that is on a sustainable development as a cause of moving forward. Hopefully it would help a little bit of what Shukran is trying to do in trying to contextualize sustainable development as a future orientation, given the Islamic philosophy with it. And I'm going to leave the Islamic philosophy to the best known people like Osman Bakar, who knows philosophy better than I do. And I hope what I'm saying could be integrated into the bigger picture of the Islamic philosophy, so to speak. So I will start with a lot of caveat. I stand to be corrected, but I'm going to share what I know anyway. After all, this is an academic discourse. If I'm wrong, just say I'm wrong, and we will then try to put it back into the proper perspective. Okay, let me start by God, when you want to start, it doesn't start. See. Let me start by acknowledging that we are now in a different age. We are now in the age of biology. We are seeing, I think for the last 3 decades or so, a small shift from what we call a mechanical system, an industrial system, so to speak, to an organic system that is a living system. From a dead system that has no soul and has no life, to a system that is living, organic, and this is what we are trying to do when we say it in the age of biology. So at one time, we have physics, chemistry, all those informatics, and so on and so forth. Right now, we just add the word bio in front, and you've got what you call the new system, as it were. So you've got biophysics, biochemistry, bioinformatics, biotechnology, biocomputing. You can put the bio in front, and if you can defend it, and there you are, you're already shifting into what we call the new things. I think this is very, 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 very apparent to me when you look at the computer system. All the things in the computer system use some sort of a bio sort of marker. Yeah, you have motherboard. I was wondering why it is not something. It's a motherboard. You have a mouse. You have thumb drive. You have worms. All these are biological things that is now infused into this technical system called the computer system, and that system is the one that now is shaping the world around us. But if we don't understand what the system is all about from the organic dimension, you're going to lose the whole picture. Now, just 2 days ago, this is just June 6th, coming for MRIT from Australia, that talks about a letter written by Albert Einstein discussing the link between physics and biology. This is 7 decades ago. In other words, what we are discovering today is nothing new in the context of what knowledge was and the way we have compartmentalized it, fragmented, and therefore making it sometimes meaningless because we lose the whole context. Yeah, and he's talking about Einstein thinking of the birds and the bees and physics, and whether the new physics principle could come from studying animal senses, could come from the environment, could come from the nature itself. And this, I think, which is something new. In other words, how do you integrate this together in a kind of a interdisciplinary way But by the way, I think the more up-to-date word is transdisciplinary rather than just interdisciplinary. There's a slight difference between the two, but transdisciplinary, I think, is a better way to describe that. So you have books like this, Insectronics, yeah, a combination of insect and electronics. Now you see people are looking at insects. A popular one is to look at a cockroach. How do you make an electronics like a cockroach so that it can go under the smallest sort of space? And for example, like the massive destruction in Florida, you cannot go into the crevices. Then you use this insectronics to go and find what is there so that they can tell us whether there's still life caught under this. These are a good combination of what biology and physics is all about. And our inspiration comes from nature. Our inspiration comes from what has God created us and a kind of a model that we need to follow. Yeah, we have got amphibionics. Yeah, learning about what this reptilian is all about. How do you replicate this so that they can live in two worlds and so on and so forth? And of course, now we talk about robotics at the same time, using neuromechanics and motor control. Neuro is from the word nerves, and nerves are basically what is a network is all about. It's even called neural networks, trying to emulate the brain, and therefore you have work like STEM actually telling us what this artificial intelligence is all about. The word intelligence is a biological word, and then it is made into something which is mechanical using this binary and so on and so forth. So I want to just bring back this whole story that if you just live in physics and biology without putting this dimension together, you'll probably lose the whole plot. And certainly if you can add the Islamic values into it, putting it another dimension of spirituality, then I think you probably can make this whole thing work together as a kind of a convergence of knowledge, which is what I think this university, or at least IRK, is trying to do. Yeah. And finally, we will then get another piece of arts or science in that sense. You don't know which is the professor and you don't know which one is a robot. It looks almost the same. And I think this is where the world is going into. Yet, when we talk about this robot, we will ask, where's the soul? Where's the conscience? Where is the intuition? And so on and so forth, when we try to put this together in a package of what knowledge ought to be in the 21st century and beyond, and so on and so forth, right? So if you look at the shift, you begin to understand what the shift was. When you talk about the industrial age, I still go back to the industrial age as the age that actually changed everything. In terms of knowledge, yeah, everything must you use a mechanical sort of a metaphor. The brain is seen as a computer. Everything else is a clock, because that's what you see. We see simplicity is also a linear thing. All is top down. Everything comes from outside, and then we try to put it within us. And then everything is externally assembled. It is made by somebody else. It is owned by somebody else. And therefore, the whole view becomes very, very mechanical, right? And where are we moving? We are moving into an organic thing, which is almost diametrically opposite. You talk about information age, now knowledge age, and even wisdom age. People are beginning to talk about it. We are no longer talking about just a clockwork. We're going to call the whole nature, the ecological dimension, which is more complicated than the clock. It is not a linear thing. It is a very complex thing. A whole discipline of study called complexity is now being studied in abroad. I think we should bring the study of complexity also here to understand what it's all about. It is no longer top down. The rector is no longer important. What is coming up from the bottom is more important than what the rector has to say. Right? It is an inside-out process. It is self-organizing. If you want to use the word that we all often hear, it is self-Islamizing in a way. Yeah, it is not made. It is grown. It is organic. You don't own it. It belongs to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. We all need to look after it the way we look things the best we could, and it is all in a very naturalistic sort of nature, which I like to look at in the kind of a garden of knowledge and virtue, and the way it is. So you can see the shift and how the shift is going to be very, very different, and what are the kind of operational sort of framework we're going to use, whether we're going to use the organic one or we're going to use the mechanical one. Sad to say, our education system is still very much the mechanical, out of date sort of model that we need to shift so they become very fluid. And that's why we talk about SAF. We talk about SAF in the context of empowerment, flexibility. We talk about innovation in a very organic way, and we talk about accountability. We are leaving this mechanical idea behind because the organic idea is more important as we move forward, inshallah. So if I were to draw this diagram, I think the whole idea is a pyramidal thing that we human beings stay on top and the rest is below us, which is kind of egocentric in a way because it is very rigid. It is all about me, and I think this is what we understand in the word of silos. I come first, everybody comes second. We compete with one another like hell, and sometimes, to no end. We talk about ranking, we talk about league table, and I don't know who wins at the end of the day. And the people who rank, who runs the ranking thing wins. We are all becomes the pawn of these rankers. They take the money, and we just take the debris from what has left. It is almost a dead system. Pyramid is almost a dead system because it is a very stable system that do not have any life at all. And that's why the pharaohs are put under them. So we talk about an egocentric system. No, it doesn't work now. Okay, and now we need to change the system. We want to give an organic system. It has to be living to start off with. In other words, like I say, it's top, bottom, bottoms up. Everything needs to be networked. We are interrelated with one another. There's no central point. We are interrelated with one another. We are flexible. It's all about us. It's not about me. And therefore, collaboration is the word. And it is a living structure that needs to be created so that at the end of the day, it is a kind of a system that all of us can relate to, rather than a pyramid which is stable and it is dead in that particular sense. Yeah. So how do you make this shift is something that we need to do because everything around us is collapsing. Beginning from the economy, I think Wahid mentioned some of the titles that we talk about. Yeah, the economy, the ecology, the geopolitical structures, and even the social structures are all breaking up. And COVID is telling us this, whether we like it or not. It is right in front of our eyes. It's a matter of whether we are aware or we're conscious about what's going on. And this is again because the way we take it as a kind of a mechanical way, trying to fix it. At the end of the day, this model does not work anymore, and we need to shift into a new model. And this is where I think the transdisciplinary idea becomes a viable idea moving forward. Yeah. So we have to find a kind of a balance and the meaning in the many things that we do. The words that we use must have meaning. It is not just a word that to be bandied around with empty or hollow meaning. We need to find the depth of the meaning. Maybe this is where the philosophy is. Maybe this is where I think we need to find our place in the world. And finally, I think to have an agenda where the community comes first, because they are the people that actually serves the world as such, and therefore we need to get in touch with them. In the words of the United Nations or the other bodies that I work with, it is called the post-15 agenda. Where do you move on after the post-2015, and what is the agenda moving forward? And this is where the idea of where we are becomes an issue. Moving forward, we don't own anything anymore. We rent it, and we used it, and then we returned it. I think this bicycle that we see in our campus is meant to be like that. Nobody owns this bicycle. You rent it, you used it, and you returned it. Yeah. Equipments are also like that. Nobody buy equipments anymore. Asma should be able to tell you this better. We rent it, we used it, they repair it, and we don't want it, we returned it. And then we rent it again. So in other words, the ownership, the whole idea of ownership is no longer an important issue when we move forward. We don't own anything anymore. We need to share it. And sharing, therefore, needs to what we were talking lately on this whole question of cultural intelligence. How do you share with people of different dimensions, people from different walk of life, people of different kind of values? How do you share? And this is where the mission number 6 in IUM is a very important mission. We talk about intercultural dialogue, understanding. Mission number 7, deep sense of responsibility, which I think needs to be articulated further when you talk about this interdisciplinary thing. The rest are important, but I think number 5, number 6, and number 7 is equally important if you were to live in the world that is no ownership, that people work together, and they are beginning to use the word sharing. I think sharing is now seems to be the word that we use often, and that also demarcate whether we are actually together in trying to make things work rather than just sharing for the sake of sharing, but not sharing the values and the meaning at the same time. Yeah, they've been trying to do this using the Millennium Development Goal, and then you have the Sustainable Development Goal. It has its own what you call weaknesses, but the whole idea was how to get people to share, how to create a more equitable environment, how to put justice at the central piece of everything that we do, and this has to be done through education, right? And hence the word trusteeship, becomes an important word. I think just last year there is this Earth Trustee Forum, which is again sponsored by UNESCO. It is held in Bangkok, and this word trusteeship, depending on who you talk to, has different meaning to different people as far as sustainable development is concerned. It could be guardianship, it could be custody, it could be care, it could be trust, it could be protection, custodian, and so on and so forth. So depending on the context and the culture where you come from, I think this whole idea of sharing becomes the main agenda. I would like to bring this into another word just to compete with the so-called 5G that we've got today. We are going to have very soon, inshallah, on the 2nd of July, a webinar called The Boons and the Bins of 5Gs. Yeah, when we have now 4Gs, and people will talk about 5G. I've already seen discussion on 6G. Now all these G's things will stay with us, and the younger generation will understand this very much. But I want to give just a counter idea of what this 5G is about, given the COVID environment, and this is how I'm going to explain it. Yeah, under the COVID environment, the mechanical 5Gs are not good enough because it has no meaning, has no in-depth idea of what this 5G is all about. So I would like to interpret it. When you talk about 5G, the first G is about giving. When you talk about sharing, it's about giving. Giving what? Giving what is grounded, giving what is the best that you can. You don't give what is unwanted for you to other people. Here, when you want to talk about the COVID environment, this is where I think the whole crux of it. What do you give to the people around you who are not having what they're supposed to have? It's a real problem now when they don't have any food, when they don't have no place to live, when they don't have any people to talk to. How do you give? How do you make sure that they are a quote-unquote a dignified human being? Incidentally, I want to share you a good news. You remember this Kampung Pinggiran that we were working with? Probably some of you know, there's a couple who is 7 months pregnant, who is living in the jungle. We somehow or rather managed to give them a housing temporarily in the campus. Alhamdulillah, last night she gave birth to a baby girl in our campus. I'm very proud to see that all the people around it gathered to help them. There's an ambulance who took her and the baby to HKL. They are now in HKL. Mother and daughter are well taken care. I just cannot imagine if we don't take this couple into our campus, they will probably be given birth in the midst night of the jungle. And that's what giving is all about. How much do we give? How much can we give on a grounded level? The values that we have, which is, I think, God conscious. How much of this can be put in when we talk about this interdisciplinary thing that we begin to exchange some of this between two human beings who are dignified and be grateful about it, and then a kind of a gratitude that explains what my 5G is all about. And therefore, we talk about a human-centered sort of system where all the values gathered it. And where does it gather? It gathers, of course, within us, so that this could be a way of, like I say, moving inside out. We channel it to the world so that we can coexist, regardless of what religion, what race, what location, we can coexist as a human being the way we should, inshallah, in the context of rahmatan lil alamin. So when I go back to the case of a sustainable development, this is where I come from. looking at what the people is all about, where do we stay in the same planet, and what do we do. Unfortunately, the word profit is the word that actually takes the cake as far as the sharing is concerned. And this is where I think we need to make amends when we talk about this coming together of this knowledge base that we talked about. Yeah, sustainability, as I mentioned, is the outcome. It can be taken in various contexts, and certainly our mission number 2 in university talks of sustainable development. That probably is a context that we talked about, right? But the reality is not a fair distribution. As I've mentioned, profit becomes the bigger chunk of the 3 things that is supposed to be shared. People and planet are there. It comes give and take. If you need to destroy the planet to create profit, we do. If we need to kill people, we also do. I think when we talk about the cultural intelligence the last time, we talk about how the native Indians in Canada has been, quote unquote, abused. And I think they are now discovering mass graves. The last one last week, they saw another 700 mass graves found. And while people are trying to make profit and trying to benefit from people who is actually the native of the land. Yeah, but this is what I call the Mickey Mouse model. Yeah, the 2 ears of the Mickey Mouse is smaller than the face, and the Mickey Mouse is now a kind of a model that everybody looks up to, at least from the metaphor point of view, right? Talk to our children about Mickey Mouse. They probably know Mickey Mouse better than they know us. Yeah, and Mickey Mouse has sort of make herself or himself very, very adorable with the kind of fashion that we see around us. So in other words, this model of Mickey Mouse is everywhere. They can be a king, they can be, what do you call a bandmaster, it can be anything, It's the model that we are beginning to appreciate as what the values is. So in other words, profitability becomes the main model as far as education is concerned, and hence we talk about employment, employability, and so on and so forth. Let me just take this a little bit into a kind of a juxtaposition and say, all this I think is fashioned by another form of industry, the industry that looks at creativity in a kind of a fashionable way. And here is, I think, the stark data for us. This industry alone is worth 2.5 trillion, yeah, and it affects so many people around the world as far as clothing is concerned, and 80% of the women are involved in these trades. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, except that if you look at how it is actually used, at the end of the day, 85% of the textile end up in the landfill. And you now begin to understand why there are so many people using this, selling this textile around the mall. You go to the mall and you can count how many shops selling this textile. At the end of the day, it's about 21 billion tons of textile being thrown away. And yet there are many people who have no clothes around the world, right? And this is the irony of things that's happening around us. And not only that, this industry, I think 20% becomes waste of water, and 10% gives to carbon emission and so on and so forth, right? Now, if you were to look deeper into an industry like this is where I'm trying to justify what the profit means to us. When we talk about the 3 part of planet, people, and profit, you begin to see another sort of a picture. What are the negative impacts? You find the depletion of resources, the climate change we've talked about, this animal suffering when they test some of these things, yeah? Water pollution when they use artificial dyes, food insecurity when they start to cut trees to make materials for textiles sometimes, air pollution, habitat destruction, and human rights abuses, especially in places like Bangladesh, Pakistan, many of the Muslim countries where people are forced to work as a labor to produce textile for the industry and so on and so forth, right? Now, looking at this is where I want to introduce this whole idea of transdisciplinarity, a quality or effect of involving or drawing two or more branches of knowledge. In other words, if you were to look at the apparel industry, the fashion industry, if you want to put it right, there's no one discipline can do that. There are many disciplines that's to come because of the negative impact that you can see here. This is probably just a tip of the iceberg. There are a lot more that you can think of when you talk about big brand names, yeah? The Gucci, the Christian Dior, whatever it is. Everybody wants to carry this. But when you carry this, you're also carrying a symbol of destruction of the earth, if not the humankind. And yet, Louis Vuitton, I was told recently, boleh buka dekat KLCC, but the small hawkers are not because it's a lockdown. And this is the kind of unfairness that we need. And we only need to do this and to solve this if we know the understanding of knowledge in totality rather than one of its kind, the way we see it today. Just very quickly to show you again, how do Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse benefited from this? Just before the COVID environment, you see 2012, 70 billion sort of profit that they make out of this, selling whatever that needs to be sold, right? But again, when COVID environment comes in, you begin to see the statistics changes, all right? The parks and experience are losing, the studio entertainment are losing, but yet they have managed to do this on online, direct consumer, international. And these are the things that I think we need to come and understand when we talk about the interdisciplinary thing. It is not just about what it is, but how this thing operates, what is the mechanism, how do we actually do this in a process of trying to be what they are not supposed to be in the context of sustainable development. So where is the future now? Yeah, the future to me is basically to go back into what we call the disciplines. For example, when you talk about the people, what are the disciplines that we need? And these are some of the sustainable development goals that we need to work on. We need to work on the question of education, number 4. We need to work on the question of health, which is number 3. We need to work on the question of hunger, right? You need to work on the question of how do you manage water system. You need to work on the question of gender justice. All these, I think, are the disciplines that needs to just tackle the issue of people. We cannot just work on education without ignoring the rest of it, and exactly what I think Shukran was trying to say. All right. If you want to mend the issue of profit, what is it that we need to work? We need to work on the number 12, which is about decent work. Yeah. Number 16, about peace and strong institution, which is based on justice. We need to work on community, which is sustainable, and so on and so forth. And we want to work on the planet. There are other disciplines that we want to work on. And this is where I think the interdisciplinary idea comes to. And that's why we say we cannot work in silos anymore. We need to work together because there's so many things that needs to come in before you can even arrive at a solution. What is a solution is to bring back dignity to human life. And I'm again using the words of our mission. We talk about quality of human life and civilization. And that's goal number 1. We should talk about no poverty, that people can live a dignified life because they don't have to beg or they have to be, looking for sympathy of others. And the end of the day, the number 17 is, of course, the working together in partnership. And alhamdulillah, if Prof. Aziz and team worked it well, we'll have another one, Sustainable Development Goal 18. We talk about spirituality that cuts across everything else. And that, to my mind, for the time being, is what I call the 5 Gs. Yeah, and this is where the spirituality comes in. Hopefully, when we manage to work the 5 Gs alone. So at the end of the day, when we talk about transdisciplinary or interdisciplinarity, it's about the human life. It is not about journal publication. It is not about being famous. It is not about all the things that we've been told. It is about, at the end of the day, how do we impact the life of others so that they can also have a meaningful life at the same time. We are not living at their expense because we do research, we use them. At the end of the day, we become famous and they remain the way they are. That is not what I meant when we talk about interdisciplinarity in this particular context. Yeah, you can again see, if you don't work on the systems well, when the COVID comes in, all the negative impacts will be seen from number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, all these things that is important in terms of the discipline that we need to contribute will collapse. And it is collapsing one by one. Number 3 is collapsing if we cannot maintain the way it is maintained today, yeah, which is the health system. Education is also collapsing because with the closure of schools and so on and so forth, we find that a lot more people having problems than they should have in the context of the negative. So you need to look at this is in this particular context, how at the end of the day, this could be sustained, and this can only be sustained if we work together. It cannot stay on its own and becomes a kind of a contribution in terms of solution. I think this is quite clear. Not everything in the negative, somehow or rather the planet is in a positive. Again, a lesson to be learned. The moment we lock ourselves down, and that's why sometimes I think it's a blessing that the planet can breathe again. People like us do not have to menyibu all the time. Yeah, that the planet breathes again. Let the animals come out to play. You know, they've been hiding all the way because we have been dominating their padang all the time. I remember the padang near my house. The wild boar used to run there. Now they put fence around it. The wild boar cannot run around anymore. I don't know what the wild boar is going to do. They probably will end up in the rector's house because there's no fence there. But these are the things that we need to think about. Yeah, what are the balance of this when we know this is something that we need to look at the end of the day when we talk about transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary. The performance of Walt Disney, given the COVID, it is quite stark. Yeah, I'm not an economist, but it tells me this is not the rosy picture that I showed you earlier on 2019. It is 2020, and I'm sure by the year 2021, this will be even worse than it is today. So let me come back to what is this 5G. The 5G to me is a value system that you nurture within yourself so that at the end of the day, like the other mechanical 5G, it will reverberate from you. It comes from us, the inside out, rather than from a mechanical instrument that has no meaning to us, that sometimes make our life even more troublesome because we are out of control altogether. And how do you fuse this in the context of interdisciplinary? And the question I'm going to put forward to you, you are better people to understand than I do, but I do hope that it is us in control rather than the machines or the mechanical system in control. After all, we are now supposedly to be in this biological or organic system that we think it is more conducive to us. I would want just to quote this gentleman here, because he's one of those guys who invent many of the things that sometimes make our life difficult. Yeah, but he has his own point. He said a lot of people in our industry, his industry, haven't had very diverse experience. And I want to underline the word experience. We in the academics have very little experience. And I sometimes look at Ibit Liu, when he talks about his own experience, how he helped people around him. Us in the academics, we don't have that experience. We can talk about our own writings, we can talk about the conferences we go, but that is not about people. It's still about us, right? And that experience is so important because they say they don't have enough dots to connect, all right? And they end up in a very linear solution without broader perspectives of the problem. Indeed, when we talk about interdisciplinary, we are talking about the broader perspective of the problem. Something that I do not know as a science student, but if I have to take an arts paper, it broadens my knowledge. If you're a religious person, you learn about science, it broadens your perspective. If you're an art student, you learn about science, it broadens your perspective. And therefore, you can move out of this very linear solution that we've been subjected to for a long time. The broader one understanding of the human experience, the better design you will have. In other words, the better solution that we have. Yeah, and I kind of believe this. I think we must broaden our perspective in terms of experience, moving out, dirty our hand, sweat it out, learn from other people, and that will be the kind of knowledge that we need so that it becomes a practical knowledge that we can bring to bear to other people as we work on, right? I would like to finish with a simple metaphor. If you don't have a perspective, if you don't have enough experience, when somebody talks to you about an iceberg, the only thing that you can imagine is 2 cubes of ice in a glass, because you have not heard of an iceberg before, you have not seen, you don't even want to know about it, and your world become that small glass with these 2 ice cubes. How do you then go on to solve problems that other people are facing? Because you do not have the perspective. And therefore, we need to move out of our classroom. And this is what the community orientation is all about. The classroom is not the final place that we will die in. We will die in a community, and we must know the community better so that we can help them better in the context of education, inshallah, right? So what is connecting the dots? This is the small experiments. If you want to do it, I think you need to connect all the 9 dots with 4 straight lines without lifting up your pen or a pencil. And if you can do it within 2 minutes, you are there. Otherwise, you will take a whole day, in fact, a whole lifetime to solve this, right? If you don't have the perspective on how to connect the dots, because most of us will try to work. Okay, thank you. You all try to work within the square. And if you look at ourselves, there's so many squares in our place. Yeah, our room is a square, our table is square, everything else around us is square, and we think the square is the only solution that we've got. And therefore, our mindset is built on that. And therefore, when you try to solve this, we forget that we can move out of this square. And this is where the future is. I would like to end up by just showing this. You need to go out of the square, and then you can connect the dot. You see, you go out of the limits. In other words, if you have got this knowledge, you must move out of that limits to find where the solution is. If you stay within that knowledge alone, you probably will find it, or maybe it take a longer time, or maybe you cannot find it at all, depending on what sort of knowledge are you begging on, right? So I would like to end, and this is what sometimes we call innovation. I am more interested in social innovation rather than technical innovation. I think we have enough technical innovation. We do not have enough social innovation where the thinking process comes into bear rather than just producing things that we know the way the engineers are working today, right? So when we talk about disciplines, this is what it is. There are 3 disciplines. It could be, engineering, it could be medical, it could be religious knowledge or whatever it is. They are all disjointed. And this is what is meant by the linear solution by Steve Jobs. Yeah? When you need to connect this, you cannot connect this because you're confined with that silos that you created for yourself. And I've mentioned to you just now, if you want to talk about interdisciplinarity, this is where it is. Yeah? A unified knowledge that gives you this connectivity into a kind of a comprehensive, and as you go into this, you'll find deeper meaning of things that you need to do. It is not just at a superficial level, it has better meaning. The moment you connect with other people, you begin to learn, and your knowledge becomes more substantive in the kind of finding solution. And this is where I think we will go back to where we were, and some of the post-2015 and beyond, we need to do the sharing, and the sharing is what I think the basis of this interdisciplinarity, and hopefully this will be the foundation that we will build the new knowledge moving forward, adding, of course, the philosophy that is very much required on this. So on that note, let me stop and thank you very much for your kind attention. If I make some mistakes, I apologize for it. I'm here to learn, and inshallah, let's learn together. So wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Many thanks, Tan Sri, for bringing life to the webinar, addressing all these issues that need to be considered when we talk about the Islamic philosophy. It was really meaningful and remarkable address. Thank you very much, Tan Sri.
My pleasure.
Distinguished guests, here with us, of course, very renowned scholars with us, accomplished in their respective fields. We have with us, we have 2 sessions. The first session, we have Emeritus Prof. Tan Sri Kamal Hassan, and also Professor Emeritus Dato Dr. Osman Bakar, and also Prof. Dr. Abdul Aziz. So this is the first session. For the second session, Prof. Isham Pawan is going to be the moderator. We have three scholars, of course, Professor Rosnani Hashim, Dato Sri Prof. Dr. Muhammad Sahi Apar, and also Prof. Dr. Hamid Fahmi. By 12:50, inshallah, we will end the program with the concluding remark by the Dr. Abdul Latif bin Abdul Razak, the Head Department of Fundamental and Interdisciplinary Studies. So in favor of time, let's start with our first session, inshallah. So for the first session, as I said, we have three scholars, Emeritus Professor Kamal Hassan. So he will be talking about integration of interdisciplinary approaches and culture in university programs, the case of revealed knowledge and human sciences. Professor Kamal Hassan, of course, he is one of the founding father of the IIUM, from writing the concept paper and the rationale for the establishment of the university in 1982. He was the director of IIUM from 1999 to 2006. And after his retirement, of course, still he is very active. He is currently a volunteer consultant for many bodies and institutions. Institutions like the Institute of Islamic Training in Malaysia, the chairman for Islamic Religious Education Coordination, and also honorary advisor for the Islamization, the Centuries, IIUM. And he has written many books. So Prof, over to you. You have 20 minutes. So each speaker will be given 20 minutes. Then after that, we will be opening the discussions for 30 minutes. So Prof, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah. نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The moderator, Dr. Wahid, my colleagues, the Honorable Rector, Prof. Tansir Zul, Prof. Abdul Aziz Barghouth, Prof. Othman Bakar, other colleagues coming later, Prof. Rosnani, and others also from Indonesia, Prof. Dr. Hamid Zarkashi. I'm very happy to know that he's going to be joining us, inshallah, in the afternoon. But I'm also overjoyed to know that our former colleagues who have been with us, two of them, first, Professor Mustansir Mir, he was here with us many, many years ago, and then he left very early, and now he is in Ohio. And now with him is Professor Abdullah Hassan, who was in our history department for many years, and then later at ISTAC, but then had to leave, and then went to Turkey, and from Turkey he is back to Chicago with his family, but today he's visiting Prof. Mustansir Mir. So assalamu alaikum to both my dear colleagues, Prof. Abdullah and Prof. Mustansir, and others. Thank you very much to Dr. Wahid for inviting me to this webinar. Let me just, because of the time constraint, I will try to read from my notes. My paper is integration of interdisciplinary approaches in university programs, the case of Islamic revealed knowledge and human sciences. One of the interesting contemporary academic debates in American and European universities is on the fate of humanities and arts in higher education. in light of the ascension of STEM curriculum, STEM curriculum, and its dominance in today's neoliberal-oriented academia. While many universities have been marginalizing or belittling the importance of the study of the humanities and the arts, some educationists in Western countries argue for the need for a more balanced curriculum, which makes it necessary for science and technology majors to have a minor in humanities or exposure to some courses in humanities or arts. Alhamdulillah, we heard from Prof. Zul just now that USM started this way back in the 70s. So USM must be the pioneer in this regard in Malaysian context. One of the justifications for the inclusion of humanities is that the humanities, according to some of these Western thinkers and intellectuals, provide students with knowledge of the non-material, the non-technical, or non-technological dimensions of life. Or Prof. Zul would say the non-mechanical, and now he's going organic. And I would like to thank Prof. Zul for giving us the first philosophy on this organic shift. So it's a philosophy of organic shift that Prof. Zul is actually advocating. Now, the humanities, especially literature, philosophy, and art, also provide meaning and values necessary for human existence in this highly technocentric and postmodernist civilization. Prof. Zul has been stressing the importance of knowing the community, being engaged with the community so that you can help them. So, and this, you require social sciences and humanities if you have to work with the community, because a community is not a machine. It's a living organism, not made of amoebas, but of insan, of human beings, with dignity, with karama insaniya. And so there is all the more reason why people need to understand the content of social science and humanities, well, even from the Western perspective. But of course, I would argue that the Islamic perspective is more holistic. The major problems of Western social sciences and the humanities have to do, to my mind, first, with the philosophical or metaphysical presuppositions or assumptions, and second, with the methodologies of knowledge construction, and third, with the ends or purposes they're meant to fulfill. Now, these three factors involve fundamental assumptions about man, society, ethics, purpose, and meaning of life and human civilization. In secular, agnostic, or atheistic societies or cultures and civilizations, these fundamental assumptions are derived not from organized religion like Christianity and Judaism in the Western hemisphere, but from the dominant secular worldviews, man-made ideologies or philosophies, including the mechanistic worldviews. And now you're going to have the organic worldviews, thanks to Prof. Zul. In Islamic culture, society or civilization, those fundamental assumptions or philosophical presuppositions are provided not by human reason, and human reason we have seen, and I think many Western scholars are realizing the limits of human reason and are writing about it, and now they're talking more about the importance of emotion rather than the intellect. So these philosophical presuppositions in Islamic civilization are not provided by empirical or pragmatic knowledge or man-made ideologies, but given by the one and only creator, master, God, sustainer, through his revelations, so wahi. Of course, in the secular Western context, there is no such thing as the one and only creator, master, God, sustainer, and so on. Therefore, the scientific study of man, society, culture, and civilization must necessarily employ the tools of reason, logical and rational analysis, empirical and scientific observation on the one hand, without neglecting or marginalizing the data, principles, values, and norms provided by the Quran and the authentic Sunnah regarding man, culture, civilization, life, realities, and truth. In short, the methodologies of social sciences and humanities from Tawhidic epistemology and axiology are not restricted to human reason or rational intelligence or the intellect, or to empirical observation as in the secular academia and cultures. In this cultural milieu, the consequence of using autonomous reason or purely empirical methods or mechanical methods of understanding social realities or phenomena is what the Quran describes as أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم يعلمون ظاهرا من الحياة الدنيا وهم عن الآخرة هم غافلون. These people know the outer form, the apparent, the tangible, the observable phenomena of human life. But when it comes to the spiritual, the hereafter, the transcendent, the eschatological, they are completely oblivious, or wahum ghafilun, they are heedless. In other words, they have no awareness of the alam al-ghaib. They just look at alam al-shahada. As for the Muslim social scientists, particularly the young ones who wish to break away from the philosophical assumptions of secular, agnostic, or atheistic paradigms of knowledge construction they were exposed to while doing their graduate studies in secular Western universities, they need to acknowledge and embrace the other data, that is the metaphysical, the non-empirical data, plus the normative values, norms, visions. And now the normative doesn't seem to operate in the Western context. What you have is the positive. The normative is left to religions. But in our case, the normative is very, very important, because the normative tells us where we are going, the value of our life, and the purpose is given by the normative transcendent authority. The Muslim social scientists will also have to understand the Muslim cultural history, sociology, and culture as a part of the non-Western culture, because many of the textbooks of the social sciences and the humanities deal with basically the Western part of human civilization. The non-Western is left behind, except when it comes to anthropology. I think there's a lot of studies of non-Western societies in anthropology, which was actually part of the colonial project as well. But we have to give credit to the fact that anthropology has also made us understand many of the so-called primitive societies which are non-Western. But some of the anthropologists tend to be looking at these so-called primitive societies with a sense of denigration of human values, because, well, unconsciously they seem to be carrying the white man's burden, la mission civilisatrice, the civilizational mission that the West, the colonial West, felt that it was their burden to share with the colored people. with the non-whites, including Malays and Arabs will also be considered non-whites, although Abdul Aziz Barhoud is very fair. So in that way, they will be able to get the holistic perspective of human and societal facts. What Steve Jobs mentioned about, the human experience, the whole human experience, which you cannot get if you just go on the basis of one-dimensional knowledge. And secondly, they will be able to play the role of societal reformers and transformers, because from the Islamic perspective, our social scientists are not just scholars. They're supposed to be also working with the society as problem solvers, as Prof. Zul is saying. You have to really dirty your hands and go and work with the people, try to solve their problems and be part of them, and taking things bottom up rather than top down. So they will be able to do all that if they take, the holistic perspective of the human condition. And they can also play the role of in the spirit of divine vicegerency, the khilafah that Allah has placed upon the shoulders of all human beings, and also carry out the religious obligation of al-amru bil ma'ruf wa nahyu anil munkar, enjoining that which is good and right, and prohibiting that which is bad and wrong in human society. And at the same time, they have to realize they also carry the da'wah mission of the prophetic mission of rahmatan lil alameen, to spread peace and harmony throughout the world. So now, for us, among the founders of the Kulliyah, we understood all this when we started the Kulliyah 30 years ago in 1990. We were actually pioneers in this regard, because before we established the Kulliyah, there was no faculty in the world which unites three different branches of knowledge: social sciences, humanities, and theology, or in our case, Islamic revealed knowledge. Theology is separate, social sciences are separate, revealed and humanities is separate. And in UKM and UM and other universities, they remain in their separate silos. But later on, I think in the last 10 years, last 10, 20, 15 years, universities in Malaysia were asked to merge many faculties, not because they believe in the unity of knowledge, but because they wanted to save money. Okay. Now, for the young Muslim social scientists who have just gotten back from overseas with their new PhDs, they have a real problem, because first of all, they have to realize that they need to liberate their minds and personalities from being captive. I'm using the word of Syed Hussein Al-Attas, Allah yarhamu, who came up with his notion of captive-minded intellectuals in the colonial societies. And so our own graduates, fresh graduates, PhDs from overseas, will have to learn how to decaptivate themselves, how to get out of this captivity, self-imposed captivity to the Western paradigms of knowledge. Also because many of the textbooks, if not all the textbooks and major references people were using in sociology, anthropology, political science, communication, maybe also human geography and history, they are written from a Western secular perspective. So our young graduates, young returnees from overseas have great challenges, and we would like, and here I would like to appeal to the Kuliah to how to prepare ways and means to make it easy for the younger staff, academic staff, to help them to migrate from the mechanical to the organic, using Zul's metaphor, or migrate from the secular paradigm to the Tawhidic paradigm. And this,
sorry to disrupt you. You have 2 minutes left.
oh my God. Okay, then can I just rush through? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right, sorry. With regard to the issue of reconciliation between natural science with religion or theistic beliefs, an interesting development I have just to read through, right? An interesting development in contemporary Western philosophical thought has been going on for quite some time now. That is the reassertion of the theistic perspective in the interrogation and investigation of nature, and in spite of the assertiveness of the neo-atheistic perspective represented by Stephen Dawkins. The recent contribution of Stephen C. Meyer in his book, The Return of the God Consciousness, 3 scientific discoveries that reveal the mind behind the universe. This is in 2021, is most gratifying, as it may smoothen the way for the kind of consilience of the 2 cultures that Edward Wilson envisaged in 1998 in his book Consilience, the Unity of Knowledge. Now, nearer home, the University of Singapore has established its new College of Humanities and Sciences, which provide 3 choices for students. Number 1, to be versatilists. Number 2, to be integrators. And number 3, to be deep specialists. Now, for us Muslim academics and scholars in IIUM, there is a lot we can learn from the NUS innovations in integralist education, although we do not have the problem of establishing a faculty or college which integrates the social sciences and humanities, because we started that 30 years ago. Singapore is just doing it last year or last 2 years. Now, it is useful to keep in mind that the primary objective behind the establishment of IIUM was to provide an alternative to the secular-oriented and colonial-based institution of higher learning towards the reconstruction of a holistic and virtuous civilization that would be beneficial to all of humanity. Today, after 300 years of Western dominance, Europe, empire, and post-colonialism, the world is going through an age of global turbulence, disruptions, post-normal weirdness, global environmental emergencies. Just now, Prof. Zul mentioned the age of biology, but we want to make sure it's not the biology of Richard Dawkins, but it's the biology of let's say, biology of Ibn Khaldun, or biology of Ibn Haytham, or biology of Ibn Sina, rather than biology of Richard Dawkins. He's a well-known biologist anyway. In my humble opinion, the post-pandemic period provides a second opportunity in world history for the global Muslim community to take up the mantle of civilizational leadership role in accordance with the theocentric paradigm of holistic well-being. And this requires institutions like IIUM to reunify human knowledge, that is the natural sciences, human sciences, humanities, and theology, to reconstruct new pillars of human civilization. So you're not renewing just for the sake of unifying or saving money or overcoming bureaucratic problems, but you are unifying because you want to reconstruct a new civilization to replace this collapsing civilization. Prof. Zul mentioned everything is collapsing, and this current civilization is also collapsing. In order to equip now, I am coming to the last page of my paper. in order to equip the students and graduates of IRUM, of IRKHS with the integrated knowledge, holistic tools, and civilizational development skills to prepare them for the problem solving and civilizational transformation roles, the Kuliah should seriously consider the following stages of reform. Stage one. Stage one is Islamicization, desecularization, deconstruction of conventional knowledge systems, and decolonization of the philosophical presuppositions or assumptions of social science disciplines, as well as the humanities within the framework of the theology, ontology, epistemology, axiology, and teleology of Tawheed. If you want to know the meanings of this, open the book of Prof. Aziz Barghouth. In these efforts, colleagues from IRKH disciplines should be requested by the Dean to offer some seminars or workshops to assist the lecturers in social science disciplines to understand the worldview of Tawheed in a better way. Stage number two is relevantization of Islamic, of course, this stage number two doesn't have to follow stage one, but this can be concurrent. Relevantization of Islamic revealed knowledge and heritage programs through the processes of curricular and pedagogical revival or ihya, reform islah, renewal tajdeed, reconstruction i'adatul bina, and innovative and creative thinking ijtihad, and integration takamul of useful and complementary elements from the humanities, from the social sciences, and from the natural sciences, and even the medicine. The academics and scholars in the IRKH, such as fiqh, usuluddin, Quran, and so on, should strengthen their relevantizations efforts through what Indonesians call membumikan, bringing things down to earth, and memasyarakatkan, socializing the values and norms of the Sharia usuluddin. This is in line with what the rector is saying, is how do you apply this to community, solving community problems. And the last stage, which is also concurrent, but maybe it can be a little bit later, because here is talking about integration of the two wings, or the three wings of the Kuliah: the wing of social science, the wing of humanities, and the wing of Islamic religious sciences or disciplines. So there has to be an integration, especially in areas of research. We should not be doing any more individual research based on one particular discipline. That will be for some, some very, very important things can be approved by the rector, but otherwise we should encourage collaborative research across disciplines in the Kuliah, and social and community work projects. So there could be projects in which the three branches work together, and then the student extracurricular activities, and like in Singapore, they created a common curriculum of some interdisciplinary modules at the undergraduate or postgraduate levels. And this, in this regard, I would say the sustainable development issues and Muslim future studies provide new frontiers of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approaches, which should bring scholars in IRKH, social sciences and humanities to engage together in collaborative research, teaching, societal engagement, and civilizational reform and reconstruction. And here, philosophy, the introduction of philosophy in a formal way in the Kuliah will really help to philosophize some of the fundamental assumptions and presuppositions underpinning the different social science and disciplines, and also humanities. So thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Many thanks, Prof, for giving us a framework and giving us a clear steps for taking up the reform. If you want really a reform in this area of the Islamic philosophy and in higher education. So now we are coming to the speech of the Professor Emeritus Dr. Dato Osman Bakar. He will be talking about integrating Islamic philosophy and philosophy of science in university curriculum. Of course, Professor Osman does not need introduction just for the sake of formality. He is currently Al-Ghazali Chair of Epistemology and Civilizational Studies and Renewal. He was formerly Distinguished Professor at Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin Center for Islamic Studies, University Brunei Darus Salam, and Malaysia Chair of Southeast Asia Islam at the Prince Talal Al Walid Center for Muslim Christian Understanding, Georgetown University. Professor Bakar is author and editor of 40 books and numerous articles on various aspects of Islamic thought and civilization, particularly Islamic science and philosophy, and interreligious and intercivilizational dialogue. Since 2009, he is listed as among the most 500 influential Muslims. I remember I came to know Prof. Bakar through his book, The History and Philosophy of Islamic Science. So, Prof, over to you. You have 20 minutes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. My special greetings, warm greeting to the moderator, Dr. Abdul Wahid, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Professor Tan Sri Zul, the rector of IIUM, the dean of the Kuliah of Reveal Knowledge, and the Dr. Shukran, and fellow speakers, Professor Tan Sri Kamal Hassan, and also the others from, and Professor Aziz Bergud, especially to two speakers from outside IIMUN, Professor Salih Japar from USN, and nice to know Professor Hamid Fahmi is with us. And of course to the listeners, including good friends from as far away as America, Professor Abdul Hassan and Samir. And of course to everyone. Now, I've been requested to speak on the topic Islamic philosophy and the basically integration of Islamic philosophy and the philosophy of science in the university curriculum. Next year, 2022, will be the 45th anniversary of the First World Muslim Conference, First World Conference on Muslim Education that was held in Mecca and Mukarramah. So there was a momentous event. In fact, I've always viewed that conference as the most momentous event in the Muslim world in the post-colonial era. Many ideas related to what we're going to talk about today were discussed during that conference. 6 major publications came out of that conference, and 2 of those were relevant to my topic. One is on the philosophy and literature, and the other one on the natural sciences. I wonder, well, I hope actually that the faculty of Reveal Knowledge, Kuliah of Reveal Knowledge, maybe try to celebrate the event, the 45th anniversary next year, with a seminar, and just revisit all the important ideas, revisit the books. For example, the book on the Philosophy and Literature that was edited by Professor Syed Hussain Nasser, who is still alive. And the other one is on the Natural Sciences, edited by Al-Raham Professor Ismail Faruqi and Abdullah Nasif, Omar Nasif. Especially the book on philosophy, since our topic today is on Islamic philosophy. It's good to see to what extent the recommendations made during the conference have been implemented by us who are in the universities. I think I would like to start with my discussion today, my lecture today with that request. Let us revisit the publications of that World Conference. So especially on Islamic philosophy, where it is explained that what we mean by Islamic philosophy is not just the usual subjects that are identified with Islamic philosophy. I think the best way to understand Islamic philosophy, what Islamic philosophy is, according to the teachings of Islam, is to understand, first of all, there is the core of Islamic philosophy, which comprises several branches, major branches. First of all, epistemology. Epistemology is perhaps the most important branch of Islamic philosophy. We have an ontology. We have also even cosmology. We have metaphysics, of course. Basically, what in terms of truth, in terms of epistemology, in terms of the body of truth, there's really no difference between metaphysics and theology. The two deal with the same body of truth, except that they are approached and discussed differently. That's all. Not that theology addresses one set of truth, philosophy addresses another set of truth. That was the Western understanding of Islam, especially the Western understanding of Ibn Rushd. They think that Ibn Rushd taught the two theory, the two truth theory, but that's not the case. So anyway, what we mean by core Islamic philosophy is that part of Islamic philosophy which is relevant to all the sciences, to all the disciplines. They are shared. So the doctrines, the principles of knowledge embodied in the core Islamic philosophy relevant to religion, relevant to the social sciences, relevant to the natural sciences, the language sciences, basically all of them. In other words, if we need to apply, we need to understand and apply Islamic philosophy, the core branches of Islamic philosophy, to all the branches of knowledge. So when we apply to the different branches of reality, say for example to society, so then we have Islamic social philosophy. So Islamic philosophy is the application of the doctrines in the core philosophy. So therefore, core philosophy is very important. Similarly, the Islamic philosophy of natural sciences is derived from the application of the core doctrines of Islamic philosophy. And if we're talking about IIUN, it means that the Kulliyah of Revealed Knowledge and human sciences, especially basically, I mean, I understand there are, I mean, the various branches of Islamic philosophy are taught at Kulliyah, but the point is here, then there is a particular outfit or center in the university that is serving all the other Kulliyah in terms of Islamic philosophy, so that the different Kulliyah will in turn are able to formulate their own philosophy at their level, equal level. Say for example, we have the Faculty of Science, the Kulliyah of Science and Medicine in Kuantan. Then the faculty will have to apply to come up with the Islamic philosophy of their own discipline. So for me, since I've been asked to talk about philosophy of science, and I suppose what is meant by science by the organizer is that the natural sciences. Yeah, so I stick to that. Although the application, the approach, in the sense that they're guided by the same principles, regardless of whether you're talking about natural sciences or engineering or architecture. Basically, in terms of the application, the art of applying the core principles of Islamic philosophy are quite parallel. Now, since it's just a matter of 20 minutes for me to make my presentation, so basically I would like to concentrate here now on basically how to apply Islamic philosophy to the science area, to the natural sciences. What are the things that are needed? I think we need to revise, to review, to strengthen what we already have, and then to integrate, come up with some new additional areas, additional knowledge to that. So I just want to concentrate on one thing. That is the issue of epistemology of natural sciences, epistemology of science for short. In other words, I'm suggesting that faculty of or Kulliyah of science or faculty of science or school of science will look at the entire body of their disciplines, the knowledge already accumulated in their disciplines, to see where they could improve further by applying this Islamic philosophy of science. So what I mean by epistemology of science, I'm referring to the understanding in Islamic tradition, Islamic interpretation, what they mean by a science. I mean with the jama' plural of ulum. Right? Every discipline to be called science in its proper meaning has 4 elements. Right? There are 4 structural elements in every discipline. But here now, let's say we are talking now about science. 4. If we are able to come up with this well-defined 4 domains related to a science, then we have done a very, very good thing. I mean, we have made a lot of progress. All right, we need to examine. So the first, very, very, very obvious, the first element of a science, is its subject matter. The subject matter, of course, generally speaking, we are referring to the natural world, including, of course, the physical world. Basically, it is the biophysical world. But in the case of natural science, as cultivated in Islamic civilization, of course, it's much broader. It also includes the biological dimension of the human being, and therefore also, in a sense, the mind, the mental world, the world of the mind also included in this science, which in the modern classification is it is taken as to some other disciplines, to social science, psychology, like psychology, for example. So, but my point is, we need to ask the question: is nature or natural world understood in the same way or not, as understood in Islam and as understood in the modern West? Of course, when we speak the modern West, views have been changing in the last 200 years. Views have been changing about nature. So I think these basically what we mean. What I mean is that we need to have a teaching something on curriculum on philosophy of nature as understood in Islam, based on the Quran, on the Hadith, and all on the hikmah, the wisdom of our past thinkers. So that is the number one. Yeah, precisely because as I see it, yeah, the understanding of nature is not the same. Certainly, theory of evolution that goes back, that went back to Darwin, Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin has a particular philosophy of nature, and later and all proponents of the modern theory of evolution basically subscribe to the roughly to the same philosophy of nature, but within that community, I mean, there are different the different schools, different groups. But it is very, very important that our scientists, our Muslim scientists, have a good understanding. Our students, of course, our graduate students in science have understanding of the Islamic conception of nature. Now, element number 2 is the foundation. Every discipline has foundational assumptions. No discipline can exist without making assumption, because it is only based on those assumptions that they can proceed ahead. Yeah? So now there are a lot of differences between the Islamic foundational principles of the natural sciences compared to the modern West. I want to tell you this. In 2007, when I was at ISTEC at that time, I attended a very important conference in Hokkaido, Japan. Only 7 of us, but our job for a 1 week retreat to discuss, to examine the foundational assumptions of modern science. I published a part of story of that thing about these foundational assumptions in the journal published in Canada. It's called the Sacred Web. Sacred Web. It's my essay there. So basically, to summarize, because of the time, to summarize, there are many, out of so many foundational assumptions of modern science, the conclusion that we made, including one of the 7 was the Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Prize in Physics. He's from Cambridge University. Very, very interesting that. So we agree that we concur that nearly a third of the assumptions are out of date. Out of date because what do you mean by out of date? First of all, it is out of date because it does not conform to the latest state of knowledge in the sciences. But the assumptions continue. They continue. The assumptions in the Western language, the assumptions were during the modern, based on the modern scientific worldview. But now the West has gone to the postmodern, right, where the modern scientific worldview is already discarded. So 1/3 is no longer acceptable. One example is the assumption that the cosmos is non-living thing. The cosmos is non-living. It's not alive. It's like matter. That's one of the assumptions. The official science community, that's it. They accept that. They said that the cosmos is not alive. Now they say it is alive. They accept. There's a new premise, but in Islamic science, of course, they have long ago accepted, for a long time they accepted that universe is something alive. Yeah, because the universe is like the big man, according to like the big man, with intelligence, with the soul, and with the body. So they never entertained the idea of a dead physical universe. So but 1/3, another 1/3 can be retained. Another 1/3 can be retained with modifications. So I published that article. So we need to examine that. But what's important to understand is that when we talk about foundation of discipline, we can have different layers of the foundation. Start with physical foundation, the biological foundation. Then you have the cosmological foundation, then the metaphysical foundation. In the case of Islam, because of that hierarchy of knowledge, the metaphysical, the cosmological, the natural, and the physical. So the house of Islamic science was founded, has a very, very solid foundation, different layers of foundation. But the foundation of modern science is very fragile. It's very fragile because it's based, for example, on the theory of evolution, the idea of evolution. So as far as foundation is concerned. Now, number 3 is methodology. Every discipline, every science must have a particular methodological perspective, in a sense, a philosophy of methodology. How to arrive at knowledge, how to establish knowledge, So in the case of Islamic perspective, there is the idea of one-to-one correspondence between discipline or rather the idea of all branches of knowledge, you employ the same method. That is something that is foreign. That is foreign to Islamic intellectual tradition. Islamic intellectual tradition emphasizes multiplicity, multiple methods, ranging right from wahyu, revelation. Revelation is a source of knowledge. The knowledge of the Prophet's hadith, the prophetic hadith, another source of knowledge. And then the empirical methods, the mathematical method, the rational method, all these are acceptable, and you just see the context. In other words, the idea of there is one single method called the scientific method that applies to natural sciences, social sciences, humanities, that is foreign to Islamic epistemology. Okay, that's methodology. Now, of course, question of this will include the idea of interdisciplinarity, which already have been discussed by me, but so I have no time to discuss that. But the idea of interdisciplinarity, the concept, the philosophy, I think that needs to be understood from the Islamic epistemology, because in my view, there's a lot of misunderstanding of the concept and misuse also of the concept. To emphasize, because in the Islamic perspective, when you talk about interdisciplinary, you begin with neighboring disciplines. Now, you try to connect one discipline to a far away discipline. The idea is the concept of neighboring discipline. We interact with our neighboring discipline. So science has to look for its neighbors. Who are your neighbors? I think that is important to be considered. And
Prof, you have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I will be able to cover that, inshallah. And the fourth is, of course, the objective. Now, every science has its own objectives, but the objectives are different layers of objectives. In a sense, you have the near objective, the immediate objective, and the further objectives. The ultimate objective. What's important here is the immediate objective of each discipline. Now, I just try to list here 4 important objectives of each discipline. The difference is just for the different disciplines in terms of the detail. First of all, the causality. The objective of every science to establish truth in that science. Now, the word truth has been taken away from the sciences. There is claim that it is not the job of science to know the truth. So modern academia has abolished the term truth. No wonder lies are, when you take away the truth, when you remove the truth, then lies will be spreading. So why is lies now a normal way of life? Because truth has been taken away from the classroom. Let us bring back truth to our classroom. Number two is the question of the benefits of nature. We study nature. Of course, now it is obvious to everyone the benefits, but then again, we have to, from the view of Islamic philosophy, we have to ask, why is the meaning of benefit? Is it just benefit to the stomach, to the physical body? Why, but is it beneficial to the mind, to the intellect, to the heart, to the region? This has to be asked as well. Now, number three, lessons to humanity. Because the phenomena of nature are meant to teach a lesson, spiritual lessons to humanity. Do we include that in our syllabus? Yeah, we talk about the benefits of nature. What are the spiritual lessons that we can learn from this? The traditional Malays use the peribahasa. All right, peribahasa was a source of ethical lessons because nature has something to teach human beings. And the fourth one is the object of integral ecology. The purpose of science is to realize the reality of integral ecology. What I mean by integral ecology is that the biophysical environment interacts with the human environment, which includes also the built environment. So all things are interrelated. So I think that's my view regarding the topic. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you very much, Prof, for such a very deep argument, philosophical argument. I'm very sure after this, when we open the discussions, there will be many comments and questions, inshallah. So now we are coming to the last speaker for this session. Last but not least, Professor Dr. Abdul Aziz Barghouth. He is going to talk about towards an integrated model of Islamic philosophy, an interdisciplinary degree program in higher education. Of course, Prof. Abdul Aziz Barghouth also is a very famous, he doesn't need introduction, but he was the former deputy rector of IIUM, and also former sheikh of the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, ISTAC, former dean of corporate strategy and quality assurance, IIUM. He is the member of board of director of Center for Higher Education and Scientific Research Ethics, and also advisor to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, on cultural, social, and family matters, honorary deputy president of the Union of Afro-Asian Asia University. Professor Barghouth has credit of publishing 11 books and 60 scholarly articles in index journals, including Introduction to Islamic Worldview, Materialization of the Civilizational Project of Islam in Contemporary World, and many other work. So Professor Barghouth, he received, of course, several awards locally and internationally. So Professor, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Thank you, brother Dr. Wahid. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, wa salatu wa salamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsanin ila yawmiddin. Dear professors, doctors, our Prof. Richter, I'm very glad to be invited to be with you today here. In fact, I don't know, after I have heard what Prof. Richter, Prof. Kamal Hassan, Prof. Osman Bakar, all these great scholars from the Malay world has put very deep ideas. I'm not sure what to add, actually. Maybe I will just put some footnotes to, or some expansion of some of the ideas mentioned by our three scholars. Now, because of the constraint of time, I will just choose certain topics to reach certain conclusions with regard to the topic of Islamic philosophy and interdisciplinary studies. As you see in the slide here, this is one of the great scholars of the world. He was talking about excellence as a habit. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. So brothers and sisters, when I look at this point from a Quranic perspective, and I relate it to what has been mentioned by Prof. Zul in the conclusion when he was talking about the essence, the substance of things, and not the forms, not the formalities, not the appearances, but the deep system, the deep substance that drives humans, that drives civilization, that drives culture. So if we want to talk about Islamic philosophy, or for that matter, also related to interdisciplinary studies, we need to understand that from a Quranic perspective, things must happen first in the mind, in the heart, in the human himself, so that what we see in reality, in culture, in science, in technology, in all what we develop and create and innovate, there must be behind a human. And that's what is actually missing somehow in this contemporary Western civilization. In the last 200 years, as you go deeply to study this Western philosophy, which is actually from mind or from reason wise, is very deep and very artistic, they introduced all this interdisciplinary studies, multidisciplinary studies, and all the products which we see in science, in technology, in education. In fact, most of our sciences that we teach and we consume today are all Western oriented. But the problem is here we are having a problem of a paradigm, a problem of an epistemology, means you have a structure problem in the thought and paradigm of a civilization itself. This is why today we see all these problems of environment, problems of ethical problems, and all this happening partly because we got the problem in the center, in the core of the paradigm. So to be able to understand and appreciate Islamic philosophy, and for that matter, Islamic epistemology and Islamic worldview, we need to understand it from a paradigm perspective. We are talking about the West as a paradigm, and we talk as Muslims as a paradigm. Here we need to employ and understand things from a bigger civilizational approach, not in a partial, segmented way of looking at things. From here, I wanted to just move forward. Here, as Prof. Zul mentioned about artificial intelligence or about the genetic engineering and all these new things, new phenomena, and actually they come within this paradigm. And they are applied based on the guidelines and the culture and the interests and the benefits and the objectives of that paradigm. So we as humanity, the rest of humanity, we were caught in this very sophisticated, very dynamic civilization. And we are trying to find our places within this framework, within what's happening in the world. We are not against this, because Islam is a very inclusive model, is a very interactive model, is a very interactive philosophy. It's Islam that started this translation of all this Greek and all this Indian, all these philosophies, and integrate it in the model of Islam. So there is no question that Islam or Islamic civilization or culture is conservative and is exclusive, and that's all done. But the problem is that we found ourselves in all this. So how to fix this? We need to develop our abilities to think paradigm, to think system thinking in whatever we introduce, whether research or teaching or curriculum or all this. Our lecturers, our educators, our students must have that ability to be more system thinking, more integrative thinking, the skills and the competencies. So just to show you that when we speak about this interdisciplinarity or interdisciplinary or integration of knowledge for that matter, we need to remember few things, and I will show you how Islam and Islamic civilization give evidence of the system thinking and the multidisciplinarity and the interdisciplinarity, but within a different paradigm, which is the Islamic value-based paradigm, which we are trying now to articulate within this dynamics of the Western civilization with all its human science, social science, natural science, medical science, which are driving the human civilization today, and we acknowledge that. So if we look at the this issue of Islamic philosophy and interdisciplinarity in Islamic history, we will find that our Islamic civilization witnessed that idea of encyclopedic mind model, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary model. You know, looking at, I will give you an example shortly, but just showing how Islamic civilization developed that encyclopedic minds and knowledge. And then in this contemporary Western civilization, we moved to another model from encyclopedic to, and then we enter into what we call interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and then we ended up somewhere talking about deep specialization and inflated models of specialization. And then we created silos. We created even within intra-discipline, even one, let's say, discipline in education or in psychology, like cognitive psychology or industrial psychology, or within that one, big silos. Each lecture, and we continue deeply in that one. And our research now, we are doing research in that specific, very narrow idea, as Prof. Richter mentioned about De Bono, the idea of vertical thinking and lateral thinking. Here the Western civilization took us into very deep, inflated specialization where we lost the essence, we lost the substance. That's why the guy who wrote the book about scholarship or university without a soul, that's from the Harvard, from the heart of this Western civilization. So we need to understand that we need now to come back to balanced specialization, but with interdisciplinarity model. Now, brothers and sisters, when we talk about interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary, we need to look at it from these perspectives, especially those in universities, in the administration, to articulate this idea of multi or interdisciplinarity, to articulate it in an institutional context. We need to look at the teaching and learning of this and the research and innovation based on these models of inter, multi, and trans and more. And then we need to look at the skills and training of people. We cannot talk about it. We cannot put it in the curriculum. We cannot, if we don't have those who can teach it, those who can translate it into research and abilities and competencies. We need also to talk about the methods and approaches of multi or trans, or do we have the ability as lecturers of Islamic revealed knowledge to do that, or as human science, or as economics, or we are still working within our own specialization. This needs to be addressed. And also when we design the curriculum, we need also to address this point. Another thing is in the supervision of the student. For example, I give an example. If I am in fiqh al-mu'amalat and I'm doing something today in this world about fiqh, my PhD is in fiqh al-mu'amalat, trying to apply one of the concepts of murabaha or mudaraba in certain areas or financial transactions. I think a student like this doesn't need only a supervisor from the Department of Fiqh. He needs someone from economics, and not only one from economics, one from financial economics, one from econometrics, and one from economics. And then he needs someone to talk about society and this, how do we articulate Islamic solutions into a social context. So this multidisciplinarity or interdisciplinarity need to appear in our supervision also, so that we can really create an ecosystem for the success of this. And also in multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary, we need to engage the stakeholders, whether student or government or donors or research institutes and so on and so forth. Now, I move a little bit back to show you from an Islamic perspective how Islamic perspective created system thinking, minds. Who, let's take the example of Imam Shafi'i. This man is an encyclopedic man. This man used interdisciplinary approach. This man combines ilm and practice. This man was a founder of Usul al-Fiqh. He created a ilm, a science. How to create that if we don't have an ecosystem, an understanding of different types of knowledge? This man was a faqih, was a poet, was a language scholar, was a scholar of tafsir, was a qadi, a judge, was a master of comparative theology. So the system created in the Islamic civilization advances this idea. Come to Al-Ghazali. Al-Ghazali is a scholar of ulumuddin, is a philosopher, is a mutasawwif, is akhlaq, is alim of kalam, is alim of tafsir, is a scholar of theology, is acquainted with mathematics and logics. This person introduced one of the great ideas of interdisciplinary. This alim introduced logic into Usul al-Fiqh. Usul al-Fiqh is a ilm which is ilm related to Islamic scholarship, Islamic fiqh, which is one of the great pillars of Islam or Islamic Sharia. So the ability to include that in his book Al-Mustasfa في Usul al-Fiqh, this shows the ability to integrate. We created another area, another interdisciplinary interest. Look at Ibn Sina, another model in science. This is a medical mind with practicing medicine. This guy, this alim, is also a human psychologist. He's a philosopher. He's a scholar of metaphysics, ethics, and logic. Scholar of natural sciences, acquainted with poetry, language, music, astronomy, mathematics. I'm not saying today that our learners or students be like him, but we need to create specialization with an exposure of interdisciplinarity. Come to Ibn Khaldun, another model which shows this man is a historian, a sociologist, a political.
2 minutes. Sorry to.
Okay, for these 2 minutes, just to show to our brothers and sisters here, we have many models. What we learn from here, we learn that we need to develop the culture of interdisciplinarity. We need to create the environment and ecosystems for this to develop. We need to create a value system governing this pursuit of knowledge, and to move forward, as Prof. Richter and Prof. Kamal spoke about spirituality, how to be integrated in all this work of research that we do or teaching that we do. Here, I just show you an example of a framework where we articulate the idea of how Islam philosophically looks at the idea of philosophy, whether epistemology. We need to have the maqasid sharia, we need to have the worldview, and we need to understand the human in its totality. We need to understand how the Islamic model or paradigm function. I just move forward. We need also here, I move forward here. There are many things to articulate. The Quran provides us a lot of things here, but for the sake of time, what I wanted to propose when it comes to policy making, we need to enhance system thinking competencies in our university and other universities in the Muslim world. We need to enhance critical and creative thinking. One of the great features of all our ulama, from Shafi'i, Al-Batani, Al-Bayruni, Al-Shatibi, Al-Izz ibn Abd, all these people are critical and creative minds. So these competencies need to become part and parcel of our education. Mixed methods, models need to be also integrated, and the competencies for teachers and students need to be there. The epistemological competencies, all of us, whether in science, medical, all of us, in our special, we need to have the competencies to think epistemologically within the Islamic paradigm. The civilizational cultural oriented research is also needed. With this, I thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof, for such a very deep discussions on this the topic. So I'm very sure there are many comments and suggestions and Q&A. Now we are in favor of time. I open the discussions, the Q&A. please, if you want to ask the questions, be very precise, directly asking the question to the speaker, respected speaker. And also, if you have the comment, make it short. You can ask you can comment on the topics that have been discussed. So now I open the discussions. Yes. Yeah, Tansiri, yes.
Sorry, I shall ask before somebody starts. I want to find out from Professor Osman Baka in particular. There is a movement in the West called the post-materialist science movement, which means to say these are a group of scientists who wants to discuss about consciousness, who want to discuss about what you call intuition, who wants to discuss about things which are intangible. Then there are about maybe 400 of them. But most of them are Western scholars. There's no Muslim scholars there. I don't know whether you're familiar with this. Is this a right way to go in trying to infuse the ideas of Islamic philosophy within the new paradigm, so to speak?
Yes, can I respond?
Yes, Prof.
Yes. Thank you, Tansri. Yes, I'm fully aware of what is going on, and you are right in saying that practically there is no Muslim scientist researcher in this field. I know in America, for example, the many researchers, scientists, psychologists, even medical scientists, approaching the Dalai Lama, and other, so they're interested in about the mind, but they're interested in the experimental thing. So they are going to establish by experiment whether what religion and spirituality have claimed over the centuries has any scientific basis or not. To me, the exercise itself, the experiment itself, is something which is nothing wrong. In fact, I mean the modern mind is such that they want to be confirmed in their beliefs by science. Yeah. So I would certainly urge our Muslim scientists, psychologists, medical scientists, to look at this very spirit. Maybe some of us feel, well, there's no need. There is no need to do this. But it's a very important field now in the West. Even they're interested to know, okay, at the end of death, for example, yeah. So what sort of things going on in the mind of that person, before he or she died, So that is such the situation today.
But I think the more important, if I can just add, I think the big question is they say science has gone into a dogma. In other words, science doesn't want to move away from the non-materialist idea. They want to kick into the materialist idea. They want to expand. So there are experiments now, for example, to show intuition is actually happening. It can be scientifically quote unquote proven, but they are not accepting because of the non-materialist dimension. I think that's the crux of the discussion, if I understand it right.
Yes. In other words, well, let me put this. I think for a small group of scientists, the interest is genuine. And they are open. So they are prepared to change their position. They are looking for something. But for many people, of course, I mean, the framework is still materialistic science. But anyway, taking the phenomena as a whole, I think it's important to emphasize that we want to affirm the spiritual overview of Islam, for example. There are certain things, I mean, that are beyond scientific experimentation. Reality is much richer than what can be captured by experiments.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tansiri. Okay, Prof. Usman, there is one question for you in the chat by Prof. Hisham, asking about, can you please elaborate the impact on the idea the universe is alive as opposed to the idea that universe only acts or react like the Descartes worldview?
Yes, this is of course the issue is a very big issue raised by Brother Hisham, but when taking the foundational framework of Islamic sciences, especially the biological sciences, the Quranic picture of universe. All right, let's say there is that verse referring to the an-nafs al-wahida, has been translated as the single soul. All right, why is that single soul that has been interpreted? Of course, I mean this question of interpretation, but the point is there are a lot of Muslim scientists, Muslim cosmologists, biologists who interpret that to refer to the universal, the soul. All right, in other words, the cosmos itself has a kind of soul, the universal soul, and our human souls are particularities of that, of that universal soul. So, but the point is, the universe is not a dead thing. It was Western science, beginning with modern science, of course. Yeah, that's why we have the idea of the Newtonian worldview. What Newton and other scientists in the West reduced the Earth to a machine, to a body. Yeah. There is nothing wrong with reducing that to a machine to make it, to simplify the studying of the cosmos. But don't forget the assumption. That is, I said, the foundational assumption is very important. All right. How far we go in our study, we do not forget the foundational assumption that the universe was, and the reality of the universe is much more that can be captured by the idea of the machine. It is very helpful. It makes mathematics easier to reduce the world to a machine. All right. But remember, whatever discoveries we made about the universe that is regarded as a machine can only be valid up to a certain point because the parameters of the entire universe are much richer. That's why after 300 years, the Newtonian worldview collapsed when quantum physics appears. Quantum physics show the limitations of Newtonian mechanics, cosmology. I think that's the thing. So that's why assumptions very important. What are our functions? To assume, as I said, that even in medicine, our body has been reduced to a machine. Now, in the so-called intelligence, the artificial intelligence, again the assumption. What is the assumption? That the human intelligence, all right, can be reduced to a computer-like thing. There's nothing wrong to make the assumption, but don't forget the limitations imposed by those assumptions, because we do not want. With that in mind, we will not be taken for a ride by those who say that there is no intelligence better than the best of the artificial intelligence. I mean, there's a big difference between artificial intelligence and the natural intelligence. So, this is a question of not banning, isn't it? But to know the assumptions, the limitations, and the perspective in which you are looking at a particular issue.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Can I invite Prof. Abdullah Al-Ahsan? You have written a long comment here about the universality of the issues. So can you please, Prof, if you can elaborate more this point here?
To whom?
Prof. Abdullah Al-Ahsan.
Asking whom? Asking me?
Yeah. I mean, if you can, yeah.
What is the question? Universality of what?
No. Prof. Al-Ahsan, he has a very long comment, so I would like to invite him to elaborate more these comments that he.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe Brother Wahid, I think the speakers just to comment on it.
Okay. I think he talks about our Muslim issues is just we are always addressing the Muslims. So basically, he say we need now to have a universal approach to talk about the humanity as a whole, not only the Muslims. So that's what I understood from his.
I see.
Yeah.
Prof, Brother Wahid, can I comment on this one?
Yes, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Al-Ahsan. I think this is exactly one of the things that we need to handle under our contemporary scholarship, where we introduce our model. It should be universal, it should be global, it should not be just for Muslims. And I think these are the teachings of the Quran, and that's what exactly our universities should be doing. Because if we are, let's say, rahmatan lil alameen, and we are also having an epistemology which is universal, and that it proved in our history that, I think one of our challenges today is how to introduce our epistemology, our alternatives, our models, our solutions at the global level. And in fact, that's what we are trying to do. And there is a lot more to be done. But we agree with Prof. Abdullah Al-Ahsan. That's actually the essence of Islamic scholarship. If it's just for Muslims, then there is no point. And that's actually not only no point, it's against the teachings of Islam. Because Islam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnas. Not, you are the best ummah evolved to humanity, not to Arabs or to Muslims. No, our actually great challenge is how to take our knowledge, our ilm, our solutions, our way or models of knowledge or education to the global. And that's what we are missing today after the decline of Islamic civilization. That's why, as Professor Kamal said before, that's the retardation which we wanted actually to do. And I hope, inshallah, this can be done. I think our university is trying its best, because we have another advantage better than many other universities, let's say, in the Arab world, because we are this English medium. And our scholars are multi-disciplinary, multi-tasks, and our model is more integrated. I think the responsibility is much more bigger on us.
And also adding on that, there is one question by Mr. Hong, my friend. He is here. He asked me earlier, before we start the session, how Islamic philosophy can benefit the non-Muslim in the world. How Islamic philosophy can benefit the non-Muslims in the world. So this is his question. Maybe anyone can answer.
Hello.
Prof. Kamal, yes.
Dr. Abdul Wahab?
Yes.
I would like also to comment, and it is related to the two questions regarding the point raised by Professor Abdul Hassan. Right? I think we need to respond to this issue depending on the context, the conditions. We just cannot have a kind of one response that since we are in the nature of the contemporary world, is that we are one, and therefore just talk about universality. We need, I think the right way is that, yes, there is the universal approach that you need to adopt, and also there are particular approaches that we need to adopt. All right, Islam is not 100% universalism. There is Islam that is universal. There is Islam that is particular to the Ummah. All right. So we have to look at the issues. What are the issues of the Ummah, and what are the issues of the entire humanity? So this is made clear in the Quran. The Quran divides addresses three groups in particular. All right. One is to the whole of humanity. Ya ayyuhan nas. There are, I think, 27 verses in the Quran beginning with Ya ayyuhan nas. And if you look at the issue, is that there are universal issues. But about 85, more than 80 verses, Ya ayyuhal lazina amanu. So the Quran now wants to address the believers as a group, in the sense that each set of verse beginning with Ya ayyuhal lazina amanu is a kind of ummatic program. God's ummatic program for the Muslim Ummah. And then also the Ahlul Kitab, the address to the people of the book. So the Quran itself is is contextual depending what to emphasize. So I think that is important. And right now we are we are talking among Muslims for practical reason. All right, for practical reason, we want to discuss from the Islamic perspective precisely because there are also contending perspectives from the Western, from other civilization. There may be similarities, there may be differences, but the point is they are not entirely the same. So I think that is my response.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I have my microphone unmute. Can I speak a little bit?
Yes, Prof. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, Prof, what I have in my mind is some fundamental questions. When we teach civilization and we want to address the question of how civilization begins, and here I have two opinions. One is Arnold Toynbee's challenge and response, and the other is Ibn Khaldun's idea of cooperation. You see, without cooperation, you cannot expect a civilization to rise. This is what Ibn Khaldun makes from the first point that it makes. Now, how people cooperate with each other? They cooperate with each other through the recognition of human dignity. Human beings are created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given his own dignity to humankind. So these kind of ideas are essential. Now, if you go back to trace the idea of the beginning of human history, what do we have in our textbooks? I mean, I have consulted at least 20 textbooks which have been published in the last 2-3 decades, ever since the Clash of Civilization thesis has been produced. All these books start from evolution theory of Darwin. None of them talk about the beginning of human history from one couple. And I think this is the fundamental problem in our curriculum, that we bring contradiction between science and religion, and we don't resolve it. I don't think that in our Islamic University also we have resolved this question. When you talk about the creation from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I'm not talking about the Christian view of so-called creation theory. I'm talking about the Quranic view, which gives full understanding of the beginning of human history with a sense of responsibility, accountability. So the way we interpret the beginning of human history involves this question of accountability and transparency in our actions. So these ideas are essential to my understanding when we teach civilization to students. So this is my fundamental reaction to the opinions that have been given, but we can elaborate it later. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. How about Prof. Usman regarding the questions by how Islamic philosophy can benefit the non-Muslims in the Islamic world? Especially maybe he's asking in the context of Malaysia.
Hello? Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Islamic philosophy, in terms of content, you take away the term Islamic, that's very, very universal. The ideas in Islamic philosophy are universal ideas, which are also to be found in other civilizations, but perhaps with different emphasis, different terminology. In other words, if we study comparative philosophy, we study Western philosophy, we study Indian philosophy, we study Chinese philosophy, Islamic philosophy, there are common ideas that are accepted now. But since Islamic philosophy, in a sense, is the youngest of these religious based philosophy, all right? Islamic philosophy is younger than the Chinese, younger than the Indian, younger than the Greek, all right? And then not only that, Islamic philosophy also performs a kind of synthesis, in the sense that I've been saying this, Islamic philosophy is a synthesis of all the philosophies found in the other civilization and tradition. By virtue of the fact that the Quran is the synthesis of all the previous scriptures. So in other words, what benefit we talk about Islamic philosophy? Through Islamic philosophy, we are able to explain, to explain the teachings, the universal teachings of Islam itself. And for this reason, increasing number of Westerners and Easterners studying Islamic philosophy. They're just interested in that. So and therefore also Islamic philosophy can serve as a kind of opportunity for Muslims to have dialogue intellectually with the thinkers, scholars in the other traditions. So Islamic philosophy is can play a very important role, especially during our time when this interaction of ideas takes place in a very extensive way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there are two things, two questions addressed in Tansri. Maybe Tansri is in a position to answer these questions. One of them is about back then in IIUM there was majoring and minoring things. So students were able to major in, for example, in economy and then minoring in IRKHS. So they have two knowledge, the foundation of Islamic knowledge and also the modern knowledge. So now this one is no more practice in IIUM. This is by Prof. Aslam. So he raised this issue. And also Dr. Bukuri asking a question about the UNGS 2011, the course Creative Thinking. So as he asking, Tansri raised the issue, the importance of creative thinking. So what is the reason why the course is being abolished at the university level? Tansri, unmute. Tansri, unmute the
second one. I don't think this is abolished. I think we're integrating the creativity problem-solving course into another course to make it more practical, so that students can solve a real problem in real time. Otherwise, we're just talking about creativity and how to be creative, but we do not even solve real problems. So from what I've seen now, I think there are many examples that we can show that the students are actually solving problems, and some of these problems are real problems. And the one that I've mentioned about the Desa Sejahtera is a real problem. We are solving the problem of 20 families with 60 members that has been there for the last 20 years. I repeat, the problem has been there for the last 20 years. We have not solved it, but we just solved it for the last 6 months, and inshallah, by the end of this year, by the end of next year, the whole family will be looked after as a Muslim would have looked after their neighboring community. So I don't think it is abolished. I think you need to see this again in that proper perspective. The second question, I really support Prof. Aslam's suggestion. We need to bring back this minor, major, or even major. Some universities have done major. Why don't we do this? If we want to talk about transdisciplinarity in a real sense, then this should be it. I think our mind is enough to handle this. With all these gadgets and IT around us, we can do a major. But the chances is that, are we willing to take it on? That's why I'm very skeptical. If we remain siloed the way we have been, then I think minor also we cannot do. Single also we find difficulty. Yeah, so we need really to change our mind, and I really am very pleased with this discussion. I think it's time to move forward. We have got many things to do. We can do it, but are we willing to do it? That's a question. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Tan Sri, for this the answering these two questions. Okay, now one last questions, last comment, last question, because we are behind the time. Other sessions is have to start now. Okay, if there is no any questions, any comments, so thank you very much. I really thank the speakers and really thank Tan Sri also for joining us until now. Many thanks. May Allah bless all of you. It was very wonderful discussions, and hopefully I can see you and we can see you, all of you, again. And this is a series actually of discussions on this Islamic philosophy. Inshallah, we are going to have more series in the future, inshallah. So with that note, I would end this session. Basically, initially we wanted to have 10 minutes break after this the session 1, but because we are behind the time, I think I will just pass the mic to Prof. Hisham to start the second session straight away without the interruption. So Prof. Hisham, over to you.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum. I hope everybody can see me.
Yes.
It was a very, very interesting session. I must say I learned a lot. It was very, very thought-provoking. However, it was probably very, very theoretical. I did not see any direct implications. So we'll see on that. So, I mean, I have been teaching philosophy for quite a while at UIA. Under the Usuluddin department, and it actually has not been very difficult. We find that the fundamental questions in philosophy are very similar to fundamental questions that religious students of religion study. The most fundamental question, for example, is the question raised by Heidegger in philosophy, is why is there something instead of nothing? A metaphysical question. The same question actually is raised in religious studies. The most fundamental question, most fundamental religion question is why are we here? Why do we exist? Both questions actually very similar. Now, of course, if you actually, you'll find that the next question which Aristotle had raised in philosophy is the question that what is a successful life? So similarly, the religious moral question is what is a successful life? But not only in this world, but also in the next. So then we move on, of course, to the epistemological question or the theory of knowledge. Right? The methodic doubt raised by Descartes expects all knowledge to be justified. There must be no blind faith. So religious beliefs reject also taqlid or blind faith, but argue that faith must be justified. There must be reasons to believe. If these are their fundamental questions, if their fundamental questions are somewhat similar, the question then becomes why are their conclusions rather varied or quite sometimes antagonistic to each other? So I hope that these are the questions that will be answered by the three very prominent speakers. Let me see if they're all here. Prof. Rosnani. We start with Prof. Rosnani.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and we have Professor Saleh Yapar. Is he here?
Yes, I'm here.
How are you, Prof?
How are you? I'm fine.
I haven't seen you for a very, very long time. And we have our professor from UNIDA from Indonesia. How are you, Prof? Are you here?
Yes, I'm here already.
All right. I don't think any of these speakers need much of an introduction. They're all very well known. Prof. Rosnani has been with UIA from almost the beginning, I believe. Rosnani, from the beginning or almost from the beginning. Mm-hmm. And she founded the philosophical thinking center, Kuliah of Education, trying to reintroduce or at least introduce some philosophy to IIUM students. As I said, these are not foreign ideas. As when I was teaching teaching philosophy to Usuluddin students, you must actually ask them questions that they can understand or they have some background. So the metaphysical question is an important question in Usuluddin. So it resonates with them. So as we discuss these questions on philosophy and religion, all three speakers, I hope they can relate it to the idea that we have this philosophical mind, or at least an inquiring mind, in especially theological students, as they need to justify. Kalam, of course, I keep reminding my students, Kalam means argument. We want to justify, give reasons why we accept this argument over another. So let's see. Let me introduce one by one rather than introduce all of them and then everyone forgets who they are. So sorry. So Prof. Rosanani, I know you have a very long and elaborate biography, but I think for this purpose, let's say you have been an advocate of philosophical thinking and philosophical inquiry. So let me start with that.
Can I share my slide?
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Wahid, how much time do we have? 20 minutes each?
Yeah, 20 minutes. That's what I was
Each 20 minutes followed by 30 minutes discussions.
All right.
Yes, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Brother, my fellow panel speaker, Datuk Saleh Jaafar, and Brother Abdul Hamid Fahmi, and also my dear Brother Isham and Brother Wahid, and all the eminent professors and audience participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I know we don't have so much time, so I don't know whether we're doing justice to all the previous speakers as well, because philosophy is a tough subject, and to elaborate in such a short time, I think to me really is an injustice. Okay, now I'm going to talk basing on the fact that, assuming that everyone understood Islamic philosophy and is convinced on the necessity of integrating Islamic philosophy in Muslim education, I will just focus on what is Islamic pedagogy of philosophical inquiry and how it can assist in meeting our previous goals of Islamic philosophy and interdisciplinary curriculum. Okay. Now, I actually began talking about revitalizing philosophy and philosophical inquiry in my professional lecture in 2017. That was 4 years ago, whereby I was saying that we ended with the fact that IUM had a philosophy department before, but unfortunately it was later merged with Usuluddin. So I don't know whether Prof. Isham would testify whether it was unfortunate or whether it's fortunate. Okay. But we lost a philosophy department. Okay. And Alhamdulillah, the latest was with Yang Berhormat Mazli when he became the Minister of Education, he managed to put in philosophy as one of the core subjects for all university students. I think that's a real achievement, because he, replace or substitute the TITAS courses or civilization courses with at least philosophy, with I think the aim of transforming the students' minds. Okay, unfortunately, although it was a good idea and we were behind it, beside Prof. Usman and so on. Okay, the committee. The problem is, how do you teach something when you do not train or develop the teachers? So that is when you don't have a teachers to train thousands of students. I think you are planning to fail. So we don't know what's the progress of that course since he left the ministry. Okay, but that was the last development. Now I would like to say that it is important to teach philosophy for several reasons, and I'm an advocate of that, because firstly, in our history, if you look at the golden period of knowledge and sciences, there was creative mind and a lot of critical thinking going on, and we developed so much things. And then there was a lull, a period of lull, and there were efforts to revive it. If you look at Ibn Rushd and Ibn Tufail, their work are attempts. Example, Ibn Rushd, he was trying to argue against Al-Ghazali in Tahafut. But he also wrote Fasal al-Maqal, which is about the necessity of philosophy, especially the thinking. I'd like to share with you an analysis by Nurholis Majid in his work Khazanah Intellectual Islam, or Islamic Intellectual Legacy, where he said that some people sort of think that Al-Ghazali put the Muslim to a lull because of his great work, and they felt very satisfied. Okay, and it needs someone to break that cell, and Ibn Rushd was the one who got it out of the cell. Okay, and he also concluded that there's a similarity between Ibn Khaldun and Ibn Taymiyyah al-Ghazali. They were all opposed towards philosophy. Okay, they feel that it's impossible for philosophy to inform metaphysics, which is true. Okay, but despite their brutal criticism of philosophy, these philosophers studied philosophy, showed the appreciation for its positive aspect, especially in the systematic discipline of thinking. That's the point that I want to emphasize, in thinking, systematic thinking. Okay, and we have to appreciate that these people are not just philosophers. For example, Ibn Rushd, they are also Qadi. They also believe in Sharia as the best way of life. So this is the major reason. If we want to go back to Islamization of knowledge, make it real, and also to revive the glory of the Muslim civilization, we have to revive this, because I okay without any philosophy of Western thoughts or philosophy of Islamic thoughts. I don't think you can do it successfully. There has to be a necessity to reclaim that conversation that which we lost. And that's why we need to bring back philosophy. And also, there is another reason. The world has changed. The world has changed, education has changed, the nature of job has changed. We have to prepare our students for a different world. So I just like to share what Ibn Rushd argue in his Fasal al-Maqal, okay, to show the necessity of philosophy. He just used this logic. Sharia commands to study about reality of existence and proof of God. And the study about reality or existence and proof of God is philosophy, of course, beside religion, okay, philosophy. Therefore, Sharia commands to study philosophy. Symbolically, you can say A implies B, B implies C, therefore A implies C. So if the premises are true, then the conclusion is true. Okay. Now, and he took that from the fact that the Quran encourages philosophizing, ijtihad, critical thinking, asking questions, the scientific method, examining tradition, all these are there. But the problem now is, even if we teach philosophy and we teach more subject today, philosophy in the past included all the sciences, okay? We are not transformative. What we are doing is, it cannot succeed because we are just giving information. So we are teaching them about Islam, but not letting to be Muslim for their time. They're not transformation driven. And that's why we need to revive that old pedagogical tool, and I call that philosophical inquiry. If you want to transform them, we have to go back, because the way we teach our subjects, regardless of any disciplines, I notice, especially students coming from across the river to education, that means from KIRKHS, they are graduate students. When they come to my class, one of the things that they commonly say is that our lecturers never allow us to ask questions because we were asking them to ask questions, and they're saying this is very different. Okay, so that already indicates a difference in pedagogy. Okay, now the second reason I said was the change. What is the change in the 21st century? Of course, technology. We had the agricultural age, we had the industrial age. Now we have the what we call the technological age, the internet age. Okay, and it's a big difference because it changes education. Before, we are, as teachers, we are just interested in giving them products to memorize and then to regurgitate during examination. But today, this thing that we teach is already in the internet. Even if we don't teach them, they can find it by themselves. So now we are more interested in, if they receive from the internet, how do you know that it's true? Okay. So that's where you have the process of critical thinking. So now we are more interested in the process of critical thinking, the process of creative thinking, working in a team, and so on. This is necessary today. Okay. And also our economy has shifted. Our product now also shifted to service industry. We cannot regard students as anti-can anymore because we want them to construct knowledge for themselves. And it's not just teacher ask and student answer anymore. It is all people ask and the community deliberates. Okay, so that's a change in education. And we have these four critical thinking, creative thinking. I won't elaborate because I think you know what it means. Okay, but what is thinking and how does it relate to philosophy? Well, thinking is about relationship, okay? Discovering relationship between objects, ideas, and concept. Once you have this relationship, that means you know the meaning, the makna. As Naqib Alta says, ilm is arrival of makna. Makna means you know the relationship of things, relationship of God to man, your relationship with God, your relationship with other men, with the creation and so on. Okay, so if you have meaning, that it is, you know what this nature, what the natural world is for, all the questions that you have can be answered meaningfully. Okay, so meaningful means you establish this connection. Now, when we try to make it meaningful, when we try to establish the relationship, okay, we have to do analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. If by synthesis, by analysis, you mean critical thinking, synthesis is creative thinking, evaluation, judgment, then these are higher order thinking components, or these are what we call reflective thinking. Now, philosophy deals a lot with critical thinking, but you cannot separate critical thinking from creative thinking. Therefore, according to Lippmann, professor of philosophy in Columbia, okay, he was saying that critical thinking, okay, is one that facilitates judgment because it relies on criteria, self-correcting, and is sensitive to context. In other words, if you look at this, for a person to do critical thinking, he must be open-minded because he needs to self-correct if it's wrong. He needs to be sensitive to context. It will teach him to become wise because he's sensitive to context. And he relies on criteria. In the case of the Muslim worldview, you have the Quran and the Sunnah. Okay, so this is relationship with thinking and philosophy. Okay, now regarding Islamic philosophy, maybe we can just share that if philosophy involves reflective thinking that operates within a worldview, yeah, then philosophy should be the science of constructing that systematic worldview. So that be grounded firmly in the Quran and Sunnah for the mind to reflect upon and make sense of issues of life, and thus produces knowledge that is necessarily Islamic. So the Islamic worldview, if you have the Islamic worldview, you know the Islamic worldview, then your thinking will be producing the Islamic knowledge. Okay, and Islamic philosophy, or the Quranic term hikmah, is the science of constructing systems of meaning through reflective thinking guided by revelation. That is from Professor Achijeng from ISTEC before. Okay, so this is Islamic philosophy. So now we're talking about integrating in the university. There are two ways to look at philosophy here. One is like what Prof. Usman Bakar, our brother, has described, is a body of assumptions and principles. So you can bring philosophy into the university by doing this. Okay, so in other words, you have philosophy of science, you have philosophy of education, you have philosophy of religion, okay, you have philosophy of history and so on. But there is another aspect of philosophy that is you said, where is the action? This is the action part. I would say that this is the action part, which is the criticism, clarification, and analysis of what? Of the language, concept, and logic of what? Of the ends and the means of a discipline. You put education there, it becomes philosophy of education. So in this discipline, in this course, probably philosophy of education, there must be a lot of action going on in the mind, where you criticize, you clarify, you analyze the concept, the language, okay? But what is it? The ends and the means and the end. This is the main issue with philosophy. It's interested to know why we do this. The question, answer the question of why, or where are we going? So this is the two things. So when you talk about interdisciplinary just now, in the curriculum, if you're talking about the subject, this is it, number one. But if I'm talking about a pedagogy, because this one will be very, very specified to the body of knowledge. But in the second one, I'm more interested in pursuing in every courses that we offer, every discipline that we offer, the method of what we call philosophical inquiry. Okay, and this is what is lacking. This is what is lacking in Muslims, universities, and courses. We don't encourage them to ask much question because of the respect, the highest respect for teachers that they have. Okay, so regarding philosophy, it's the same stuff as what Prof. Isham mentioned, the same stuff as religion. Okay, and in fact, if you look at this, you can say that philosophy is a theory about education. Because when you do education, when you teach as a teacher, you deal with student. Student, they have their nature. Their nature is about, their nature falls in the field of metaphysics, and there is, of course, the reason for studying it, the concept of reality that is in metaphysics. And then they have the theory of knowledge, because you deliver knowledge to them, but there must be different means and there's methods. And then there's also values. The teacher exemplify the values, okay? And then the tool. And that tool, actually, this tool is being used very much by the teacher. The teacher is the model of the tool. This is the weapon for philosophy. Okay, do we have the tool or not? If we don't, then we have to equip ourselves with the tool. Okay. So doing philosophy means all these things that we mentioned. When they say, do we want to teach philosophy as history of Aristotle, history of Plato? I think we should, at a certain point, reclaim our conversations. So there should be history of the Islamic scholars and thoughts. And there should be the history of Western scholars and thoughts. Because these are human beings who are gifted by God for their creativity. Okay, so there should be, that is the history. But for me as a pedagogue, okay, I'm more interested in the pedagogy. And what does the pedagogy involve? That is doing philosophy. So what does doing philosophy involve? It means, this is now we say clarify, analyze, okay, criticize. So you have clarifying ideas, analyzing problems, giving reasons for holding certain views, all those things that, you know, justifying reason, as what Madisha mentioned, challenging assumption, as Prof. Usman mentioned just now, okay. So these are the doing of philosophy. Or in question, it can be like, what type of claim is being made? What are the meanings of key concept in the claim? Are the supporting arguments valid, premises true, assumption correct, consequence, and so on. This is doing philosophy. And when we talk about hikmah pedagogy, which is a name that I gave, which is an offshoot of the Philosophy for Children program in America, and it's now worldwide, okay? So I gave it the same, it has the same objectives, but I want to give it the last one, the Islamic portion of it. Because I see that actually we have the Quran with us. And the Quran was also already there with the Muslim before. And with the Quran before, Al-Khwarizmi came with algebra. They come up with science and cosines, mathematics, science, optics, and so on. Yes.
Another 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. Okay. So what happened to those things? Because we still have the Quran with us. I believe that we have not been understanding we have not been really reflecting or reading the Quran. So that's why the purpose of this program, if it was to apply to Islamic education or Islamic studies, to really make the student reflect upon what they read, whether it's Quran or Hadith. And with all this critical thinking just now, and we add the Islamic ethics and the Quranic ethics or caring thinking there, we will receive what we call the wise judgment or the hikmah. That's what I theorize, okay? So now, how do you do the hikmah pedagogy? The hikmah pedagogy has 4 elements here. The aim is meaningfulness. The content are rich concept and philosophical question. The process is the community of inquiry among students and teacher. Then what's going on in the process? All these critical thinking and creative thinking elements, okay? And what is the teacher? The teacher is a thinking coach and philosophical guide, or we call today facilitator. If I use the word facilitator, people tend to demean it. They think facilitating is very easy, but actually, if you do philosophical inquiry, facilitating is very difficult. The facilitators know much more things than their student, definitely, but they must have lots of questions to help steer the direction of the discussion. So I think I've discussed about meaningfulness. I think in terms of content, rich concept, any discipline, any subject matter has concept. The question is whether you can use those concepts and make it philosophical. Now, for the concept to be meaningful and to be made into philosophical inquiry, it has to have three elements. They must be common. That means everyone is interested in it, like freedom, justice, okay? Or even oxygen or water, okay? central, very important to your life, and contestable. This is the difference between the social sciences and the exact sciences. Contestable. If it's not contestable, there's no discussion. It has to be contestable. There are many views of looking at it. Okay, and the inquiry begins with questions. So we have to switch, make a paradigm shift. Instead of the teachers asking question, now it is the student asking question. This is a very difficult shift. Okay, it needs some training, but once they get used to it, it's not difficult anymore. Okay, so, and how do you have the content? Normally the content, it can be in terms of text, stories or factual, opinions, letters to editors, report, subject matter on the problem of the concept. Get something short if you want to do it reading in the class. Otherwise, get them to read it before they come to the class. It can also be video clips or conversation or presentation, but don't make it more than 5 minutes, okay? Because you need time for discussion. And then poster concrete material. So give example here. There are, for example, stories for children. This is about logic. I'm sorry, I can't read what is top part here. How do I move this? For example, here, Mrs. Olsen at the liquor store. She thinks that everyone who goes to the liquor store are alcoholic. Okay, and then you can have other topic. Oh, it's not moving now. For example, Mira on helping the poor. This is Surah Al-Ma'un. Okay, you make a story out of Surah Al-Ma'un. Then you discuss in class. Then here's from newspaper, teachers make student crawl, mother makes teacher crawl. Okay, so you can discover whether this is ethically correct. Or Prof. Zul's article, Vision 2020, where we went wrong. We can discuss all the points that he raised. Or for younger children, you can just show picture and look at the images. What do you see? Then discuss about life and death. Okay, so there are many ways here. And the questions, that it has to be open question, not closed question. If closed question, there is only one answer. You can't do a discussion of that, okay? And then we need to bring back Socratic questioning, because although it's stated that is useful, because Socrates' method is like, the midwife. The midwife draws the baby out of the mother, okay? Socrates, in terms of knowledge, the teacher now draws knowledge from the student. How do you draw knowledge from the student? By asking questions. So when you have this part, this questioning and this answering, this discussion, it will slow down the thinking. They make them reflect and elaborate. It's not as...
I am sorry, but I think you have to draw to some conclusion.
Okay. So basically, okay, let me go to the last. There are tools, of course. How do you know, as a lecturer, when you have integrated Hikmah pedagogy of philosophy inquiry? The sitting, first of all. The sitting has to change. You cannot sit in a traditional class. You have to sit in a semicircle or what you call this seminar type. Okay, you can make it 2 layers. Doesn't matter, as long as the students see each other and they can discuss each other. Then there is a community. Then there's an issue. There is a facilitator. They ask questions and they deliberate and collaborate for the answer. Creative thinking going on. Discussion building up. Student find. Oops, sorry. It's the last slide. Okay. Sorry.
36 slides.
Almost the end.
That's amazing.
See, they might find the class meaningful, although they don't find a solution. Okay, they can agree to disagree. Okay, I think that's it. I think I stop there. Thank you, Brother Isham.
Thank you so much, Professor Sanani. You actually went into quite a detailed discussion, and actually it's good because this can be the model. Since we are now not only challenged with just discussing it, but we are actually challenged to how to implement this with Dr. Mazli's introduction of these 2 courses, 2 philosophical courses. It's going to be quite a challenge. I do admit, as I said before, it's one to discuss the content and even the technical details. It's another when you don't have enough teachers who are actually well versed in such ways to how to do it. We are trying to change the attitude that we're trying to reach the conclusion together rather than trying to just tell students what is the answer. So it's a new way of trying to get students to be more inquiring. Our second speaker is a very well-known, distinguished speaker. It's been an old friend of mine, although we only have met not too many times, and in recent times I haven't seen Prof. Dato Saleh Yapar for a very, very long time, since now he's more in station in Penang. Prof. Dato Saleh Yapar is a professor of comparative literature at the University of Science Malaya. Malaysia. Sorry. He is also a distinguished fellow at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization (ISTAC), and was Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Development, Deputy Vice Chancellor Student Affairs, and Dean of the School of Humanities at University of Science Malaysia. Without further ado, I'll call upon him to give his discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Associate Professor Dr. Isham, Brother Isham, yang berbahagia Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Zulkifli Razak, or Rector, Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Kamal Hassan, if they are still there, my fellow presenters, panelists, audience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to join this group. The topic given to me is simple. That is, we're talking about interdisciplinary approach. The topic for me is the case of philosophy and comparative literature. I would like to go very quickly. I have some slides here. So I will be reading the slides. Okay, first one. No, not necessarily anymore, this one. Okay, as usual, I always begin with this. In modern history of higher education, the domain of knowledge has unfortunately, for a long time, been marked by a harmful dichotomy. I always repeat this. This comes in the form of the separation of STEM from arts. STEM consists of science, technology, engineering, and so on and so forth. But prominent in the arts is the cluster known as, or referred to as, humanities, normally with philosophy at the center. Now, the academic dichotomy may appear to be natural to many, but unfortunately has been harmful to human development. As we are all aware, next, STEM subjects focus mainly on natural phenomena and processes. On the contrary, the humanities, especially philosophy, have the human person and his multifaceted earthly endeavor as their objects of study. Yet, unfortunately, they are sidelines all the time. Thus, in spite of technological progress, generally, all nations today are left grappling with ongoing human issues regarding many things: integrity, ethics, and human kindness, leading to political turmoil, economic crises, and social unrest, as well as international conflicts, as we are seeing today. So, brothers and sisters, in view of the above, it is time to welcome educational integration in higher education as proposed by this webinar, with interdisciplinary approaches in teaching programs. So I welcome this very, very much. Now going to the integration issues. Basically, integration in higher education refers to the coming together of STEM and arts programs. This is viewed especially from the art people. A good example is the one practiced by MIT. And MIT, as we are all aware, is a bastion of STEM education. Yet it has a school for humanities, arts, and social sciences. This is very, very interesting. Now, I have read the confession made by the dean of the school, The dean says, our students need an in-depth understanding of human complexities, the political, cultural, and economic realities that shape our existence, as well as fluency in the powerful forms of thinking and creativity cultivated by the humanities, arts, and social sciences. And that is the reason why the school even has a group that is mainly concerns of students who are interested in wayang kulit and all those. It's there in MIT. Okay. Aside from integration, and in ideal academic programs, the courses are taught according to interdisciplinary approaches. Literature, for example, is taught by getting insight from philosophy, religion, history, sociology, visual art, etc., etc. Sometimes we go to biology also. Now, this is precisely what I do with my comparative literature subject at University of Science Malaysia, and I have been given this topic to discuss. Now, I should begin with this small clarification, that is, comparative literature is actually a sub-discipline of literature. Basically, it compares literary works from different nations or cultures based on their affinities in terms of genre, theme, origins or DNA, historical period, etc., etc. Normally, two or more works with the above kinds of affinities may be compared by relating them to other disciplines, such as philosophy and religion, and of course others that I have mentioned. But my interest is always in connecting them to philosophy and religion. So this interdisciplinary approach will enrich the understanding of the text further. Of course, you would already be enriching the understanding of the text because you compare the two texts. But by bringing in philosophy or religion or even history, that will be even, the understanding will even be richer. Philosophy, for one, will help in reasoning, in critical thinking, logical analysis, and clear interpretation of the text. And this has to do with its name, the name of philosophy itself, which goes back to the Latin philia and sophia, meaning love of wisdom. So I always emphasize on this. When I teach my students, yes, you are reading literature, you're comparing literature, but you want to love wisdom. So added to philosophy is religion, of course, which will lead to God. Now, here I'm coming with two examples of interdisciplinary approach that I use in my classes. Number one, this is a case of a comparative study of Hai Ibn Yaqzan by Ibn Tufail and Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. The approach is, of course, literature, but now plus philosophy. So it's become interdisciplinary, literature and philosophy. We are going to see the comparative study of Hai Ibn Yaqzan coming from Andalusia, the Muslim Spain, and Robinson Crusoe, supposed to be the first novel. But I always dispute this, and I will show you how and why. It's not the first novel. Okay, number two, a comparative study of Divan of Hafiz by Hafiz Shirazi of the 14th century, and West Uslischer Divan by Johann Wolfgang Goethe from Germany. The approach again is literature and philosophy, but more than philosophy is religion. Okay, we'll go one by one and we'll take a short time only. To begin with, Hai Ibn Yaqzan now compared with Robinson Crusoe, with the interdisciplinary approach which brings in philosophy. Okay, first of all is Hai Ibn Yaqzan. Hai Ibn Yaqzan is a traditional Andalusian Arabic fable. It features the life of Hai, a baby cast on a tropical island nurtured only by a doe, female deer, unaided by society and religion even, but unimpeded, is able to develop knowledge from the empirical to the intellectual, and even the spiritual, that is ma'rifah or gnosis. Hai is able to survive on the island without destroying the natural environment, which is our central concern now, by using inductive research. He even conducted a post-mortem on his adopted mother's body when the mother passed away, the doe passed away. He succeeds in understanding the relationship between body and soul, creator and creation, succeeds also in witnessing heaven and loving absolute being. Yeah? There was no one teaching him. There was no society there. Now, this work, read with the aid of philosophy, this literary work, read with the aid of philosophy, it is clear that the piece is a philosophical fable. It's not just a short story or a story, not a tale like that. It's a philosophical fable. As aptly translated into Latin in 1671, it is about philosophicus autodictatus, which means self-made philosopher, and his self-made philosophy. It is a philosophical piece, self-made philosophy. Now, Hai Miyazan has a lot of impact on European Enlightenment. It was in fact a bestseller during the period of the scientific revolution, influencing scientists like Spinoza, thinker, and Dante, the author of Divine Comedy. There is part of Divine Comedy which is taken actually from this work. Daniel Defoe, of course, the one that I will be discussing after. So it has impacted on all this. Now with that, we come to Robinson Crusoe because we are comparing the two. Robinson Crusoe was written in 1719. It has been claimed to be modern English, the first modern English novel. It presents Crusoe cast on an island after a shipwreck. But I must emphasize from now, Crusoe is not a baby, but an adult. He's not a philosopher, but he is a slave trader. Genre-wise, this is an adventure romance, not a philosophical fable. Robinson Crusoe is a poor imitation of Hai Miyazan, actually. Okay. This is what you get when you read this story with the aid of philosophy. There is no philosophy in this book. Now, another pair. The other pair is Divan of Hafiz by Hafiz Shirazi and West Uslisha Divan by Goethe. We begin with Divan of Hafiz, written in 1368. This is a traditional Persian work, a collection of Sufi and Islamic religious poems written in the traditional Persian tradition. Hafiz is a famous Sufi figure in Islamic religious thought and literature. Okay, the next one that I'm comparing with is West Uslisha Diwan, which means West Eastern Diwan. It's a modern German work. It's a collection of poems written by Goethe. As we all know, or most of all probably know, he's a great writer and philosopher. And he was also an enthusiastic. He was also giving an enthusiastic response to the Diwan of Hafiz and to Islam in general. So when we read this work and compare it with Diwan and bring in Islam or religion, we know that this is a grand response to Diwan of Hafiz as well as to Islam in general. And we go a little bit further before I end. Okay. The collection is made up of 200, what is it up there? Sorry. Okay, correct. The collection is made up of 249 exquisite poems in 12 books. We are referring to West Eastern Divan by Goethe. Among the poems are Hijrah, Talisman or Azimat, and Muhammad Gesang, which means the Song of Muhammad. I'm referring to a book, a collection of poems. The collection has been translated into all major languages. In Malay, there is a translation made by my friend and myself, sajak-sajak daripada Dewan Timur Barat, Dewa Barat Timur. Now, read with the aid of religion and philosophy, of course, it is clear that the collection is religious in nature. More than that, together with his other writings, the collection is a testimony that Goethe, the author, the German author, was a Muslim, although this was never made known to many people, to people in Europe at all. Even people in the Muslim world were not aware of it until Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Murrabbit went to Weimar, Germany, where Goethe was writing at the time, in 1995, and he declared that this guy was a Muslim. Okay, but I already more or less know about it when I was reading and studying these works comparatively. Next.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you have 5 minutes left.
This is the end of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. One clear manifestation of Goethe's Islamic religious belief is the first verse of the poem Talisman or Azimat. Here, Goethe acknowledges the oneness and greatness of Allah as follows. He says, this is in his work, God is of East possessed, God is ruler of the West. North and South alike, each land rests within his gentle hand. This is in fact inspired by Surah Al-Baqarah, the cow 115, which says, unto Allah belongs the East and the West, and whosoever we turn, whichsoever we turn, there is Allah's countenance. Lo, Allah is all-embracing, all-knowing. The last slide is the conclusion. In comparative literature, two or more literary works are compared. Normally, the comparison only helps the scholar reader to understand each work better. But interdisciplinary approach brings in other disciplines such as philosophy, religion, history, and so on and so forth. As shown above, this will deepen and enrich the understanding of the text even further. So we have been able to understand the four texts deeper than usual because we have brought in philosophy as well as religion. So thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Prof. Dato' Saleh Yapa. It's a fascinating discussion. I agree with you fully that the idea that philosophy does influence all sorts of disciplines, sometimes without us realizing the fundamental basis of all this. Correct. But you're trying to that was one thing, right? When the university decided to close the Department of Philosophy, it actually expanded the number of students who studied philosophy instead of actually making it less. When we had the department, of course, although it was in more depth, we had actually very few students. But it was subsumed under Usuluddin, and also Usuluddin students had to study some philosophy. Finally, it actually expanded the number of students and it expanded the number of interest in the subject. Even some of the fiqh students and some of the Quran Sunnah students actually joined the Western philosophy class. So it was an unexpected result. But so in your idea, is it you are introducing even philosophy to comparative literature?
Correct. Yes.
And they thought, literature is just simply telling a story, but literature is actually telling a philosophy in a way through stories.
Correct.
So that's an excellent way to put it. Our last speaker, our third speaker for today is Professor Hamid, who is actually a product of UIA. He was a PhD, he did his PhD at ISTEC, and just a second.
Yeah, that's right.
He did his PhD at ISTEC, and also, sorry, I'm terrible at giving biodata. Professor Hamid Fahmi completed his PhD at ISTEC in
2006.
2006.
Yeah.
He started. He's now. Sorry. What did it? He was the deputy of rector, student affairs of Darussalam Institute of Islamic Studies. Also founder and director of the Institute for the Study of Islamic Thought and Civilization, Jakarta, and from 2004 until now. So you have a similar ISTEC somewhere in Jakarta also, I assume. Without further ado, please, I call upon you to give your speech.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Actually, I'm being asked by the committee to present something on the issue of Islamic philosophy, but here I want to deliver philosophy in connection with the project of Islamization that we carry out in our university. So it is, I think, a little bit practical and connection with our issue today. And I will not mention very detail about the definition, but to show just there are so many definitions on Islamization that related very closely with the philosophy, epistemology, and also worldview. So in very short, I classified the Islamization, emphasize a different aspect of science. One is focusing on Islamizing worldview, and other Islamizing the human thought, human paradigm, Islamizing the paradigm of science, and also Islamizing the discipline, subject, branches of knowledge and theory. I classified in this way. So there are some scholars who emphasize that Islamization should be Islamization of worldview, Islamization of philosophy, Islamization of outlook, and so on. Other scholars emphasize on this, Islamizing human thought, Islamizing paradigm, Islamizing human knowledge, system of knowledge, Islamizing epistemology. And the third, very practical and more specific, is Islamizing the modern discipline of knowledge, Islamizing the subject, Islamizing branches of knowledge. If I refer to the structure of science, it is like this. Science consists of 3 points. First is worldview, second paradigm, and the third is theory. Theory include methodology, concept, and so on. This I compare with the theory, the recent theory of Imre Lakatos on the model of developing science. What he called by worldview is different way. He called it hardcore, and paradigm he called it safety belt, and then the last one is a theory. So the picture is this. When we are talking something about worldview, this is something permanent that we cannot change. In the West, even in the West, people do not want to change the worldview. So in Islam, if the worldview is contradictory to the West, so we cannot change our worldview to be similar to the Western worldview. But paradigm is something can be changed, but by shifting the paradigm. But when we talk about theory, concept, methodology, we have opportunity to change. Now, this is the science. Yeah, science is subject to validation, but inside the science, the worldview cannot be alternate. This is the picture of Lakato's theory of science. So Islamization is, in connection to this 3 points, is that Islamization is altering the worldview, the paradigm, and the theories of contemporary Western sciences involving the complex philosophical and epistemological process so as to produce new paradigm, methodology, concept, theories compatible to the worldview of Islam. This is what I summarized from the different definition above, referring to the Imre Lakato's theory of science. So the problem of our Islamization project is this, referring to the research program proposed by Lakatos, which is in the West is very good and very conducive in developing the research in concerning to development of science. As far as I know, we do not develop scientific community in refer to Islamization that intentionally conduct serious research that produce new different paradigm of different discipline of knowledge. I remember in Indonesia, among the people who are working on Islamic economic, they are they need something like paradigm. What we call in our Sharia is usul fiqh, Islamic legal philosophy, but it is related very specifically to Islamic economic. We don't have this paradigm in Islamic economic, referring to, for example, macroeconomic and microeconomic. Secondly, the problem is this: students are not encouraged to carry out serious research through their thesis or dissertation to produce new different paradigm and different discipline of knowledge. So if we have serious project, we have to do this, and of course the result of the student dissertation should be published and should be discussed among our community, scientific community, based on the Islamization of contemporary knowledge. So the University of Dar es Salaam is an integrated university with boarding system. We have academic curriculum and non-academic curriculum. The emphasis of the curriculum is this: in the first undergraduate level, we teach the student the worldview of Islam and teach the student some key concept in Islam that based on the Quran and the Sunnah. Teaching this kind of key concept need something like philosophical explanation, of course. So when we talk about worldview, we talk about concept. When we talk about concept, we are talking about the source of this concept, the source of revelation. So it can be very philosophical and can be also very practical. To enrich the student outlook about the Islam and scientific civilization, the student should be taught that in Islam there had been scientific civilization that produce science and technology, and we have to refer to them in relation to our project of Islamization. And student also we have to teach students to understand the paradigm in different discipline of knowledge, either Islamic paradigm or Western paradigm. Also, we have to teach the student that Islam is religion and civilization. What is desired impact of this? The student of different department of faculties are encouraged to carry out research on Islamization in collaboration of faculties or Department of Islamic Studies with Department of Science and Technology, as well as Department of Human Science. So for example, if the student want to having research on international relation, we encourage the student to to sit in the faculty of Sharia and attend the subject on Islamic politics, for example, or on Maqasidu Sharia, or something like siyasah syariah or something like that related to the department that it has. So we have to be very flexible in this case, because carrying Islamization out is not simply can be done by the student of Islamic studies, but also by the student who are studying science and technology, but they have to collaborate with the student of Islamic studies, otherwise they cannot integrate. In postgraduate, our philosophy is this. We believe that Islamic theology, Islamic philosophy, and Sufism is the basis of our science and technology. So we talk about some issues on Kalam, for example. The scholar also talk about science, talk about tabi'ah, physics, also talk about the epistemology. So we believe that Kalam and Islamic philosophy has something in common, as well as Sufism. So if you want to develop Islamic epistemology, we have to develop it within the ambit of this Islamic philosophy, Islamic theology, and Sufism. So students should develop this first, especially in our Department of Islamic Theology and Philosophy in most postgraduate level. And then after this, mastering this Islamic theology, philosophy, and Sufism, they are encouraged to develop or to understand the new paradigm of Islamic epistemology. And then they can encounter the Western epistemology, and they can do, for example, something like integration, synthesizing, or something like criticizing the Western epistemology. After criticizing, then this is like the Westernization, and then we have to do some kind of integration, and then finally we have to do Islamization. So in the practical aspect, here we have done like this. Master students are given assignment to write a paper on Islamization on certain concept from any discipline of knowledge. And then this paper should be presented in front of the undergraduate student in the class, so that the students are aware that there are a need for the Islamization of contemporary knowledge. So the working team for the Islamization in our university is given to the master degree. Undergraduate students are only given the introduction of the epistemology, introduction of Islamic concept, but they are not eligible. It's not properly possible to do this kind of integration and Islamization. The possible thing is that two students can discuss the new concept or two different concepts in science and theology or in Islamic philosophy, and then trying to integrate or trying to criticize this kind of concept or theories. In our PhD student in Islamic theology and philosophy, the PhD students are given assignment to work on the project of Islamizing certain theory or concept in different faculty or department. Meaning that the PhD students are not only given the theory of Islamization, but they have to, because they have studied in the master degree about the Islamization, they have to go to the faculties and then discuss with the teachers, the lecturer, on the issue whether the concept they taught in the faculties or department are against Islam or it is compatible with Islam. If it is incompatible with Islam, the students are encouraged to have research in collaboration with those lecturers in different departments. And the result should be an article that published in the international journal. So this is this kind of dissemination of the result of the Islamization. So the PhD student, the dissertation, the students are encouraged to write the new concept as the result of Islamization. So the vision of our university of Darussalam Gontor, is the Islamization of contemporary knowledge. So all activities of academic and non-academic are bring into the process of Islamization of contemporary knowledge. So recently we are proving the proposal of our student who was trying to Islamize the Islamic psychotherapy based on Al-Ghazali concept with reference to the modern therapy of psychological therapy. So this is just the example. And so many dissertations are encouraged to do this kind of Islamization. So our strategy is this. The undergraduate students are taught the key concept on the worldview Islam, epistemologies, theories of secular science. And our master degree are taught the theory of Islamic worldview, theory of Islamization of contemporary knowledge, integration of Western Islamic theories and concepts. And finally, the postgraduate student are producing something like theory of Islamization, producing Islamized theories and concepts, and disseminating the theory and concept to faculties and department. So this is what I call integrated, because all the department should involve in this project. And in our national accreditation, this is always asked in the question of accreditation, because your university, Islamic universities, and the vision of university Islamization. What is the practice of that Islamization in your department and your faculties and your activities in your campus? So thank God, because we have here the system, a special system of university with boarding system, where all the students reside in the campus. So it is very easy to inculcate the worldview of Islam in non-academic activities. So the design is like this. A master degree student should go on, master and PhD students should go to the faculties, and from the faculties they go to department for disseminating the theory and the practice of Islamization of contemporary knowledge. And we have what we call a Directorate for Curriculum Design of Islamization. And sorry, this is the directorate is work with the student and dormitory and give them the project or the program in the morning, afternoon, and night about the basic concept of Islamic worldview. And then they also have the after Friday subuh discussion on the Islamic worldview. And also we read this book like the Islamic worldview written by Professor Abdul Aziz and the Prolegomena of Alatas. This book are read outside the academic activities. This is the tradition we carry out in our universities through the dormitories, because this is fully dormitory university. I think this all I can present, very short, and I think this is very practical. And I'm very grateful to the committee that our webinar, our symposium today is the application of our MOU with International Islamic University of Malaysia, hoping that the future we can collaborate on the project of Islamization of contemporary knowledge. Thank you for all participants. Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, Prof. Hamid.
Yeah.
I have no intention of summarizing your speech. It was a very detailed speech, and I see how you can actually implement it in so many different ways. So that's wonderful. Maybe we can discuss it more in further discussions. My only question is that the question was, we keep putting. I actually like Abdullah Hassan's question that we keep putting it. We keep separating ourselves from others, and Islamic philosophy is actually not separate from Western philosophy. As it continues the discussion of Aristotle, Plato, and also and the rest, it actually becomes a bridge in a way for revelation and reason as it discusses medieval philosophy. The Christian philosophers followed us. The Jewish philosophers also actually followed Farabi and Ibn Sina. And of course, and then it continues, of course, to the modern philosophy, as even Descartes has read much of Islamic philosophy and was influenced by it. So without further ado, I'd like to open the floor to anyone who would like to raise questions. Anyone?
Brother.
Prof, please.
Yeah, there is a question I thought was interesting by some person about the use of terminologies.
I actually, although terminologies I know are important, but I don't want us to be bogged down into details. All this idea of when you start using your own terminology and not use the contemporary terminology, you're actually excluding people rather than including people. So the term hikmah, although it's very, very important in our culture, but if we use that, we will actually separate us from many of those contemporary Muslims actually who never heard the word hikmah. So let's try to integrate rather than separate. Let's enter the discussion. Islamic philosophy has a lot to contribute to philosophy itself, not just as a separate entity. And I can see that from Prof. Hamid's discussion that we should include all these worldviews should be included in a normal, in almost a normal setting.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we need that kind of clarity. Otherwise, among ourselves, we are still not sure where to go, and we keep on backbiting among ourselves, and we never move forward. Yeah.
Yes.
So I think that clarity is important. Once we agree, and let's move on and get things done. I want to ask another question from Brother Hamid. Thank you very much. I've not seen him for a long time. Apa khabar Guntur, Pak? I was in Guntur just for a short period of time, but that memory of Guntur stays with me for a long time, you know. And I want to ask this question publicly because I find there's a lot of flexibility in Guntur. I think the students are somehow or other given that liberty to make decisions over what they have learned. They are not stuck with one idea and, you know, and like everybody, you know, trying to just move on one idea. In Guntur, there are fantastic number of ideas that each student pursue, still within that framework of what they've been taught. And that is a very refreshing thing. I think the summary of this is when we have that malam, which I will never be able to forget, is Panggung Gembira. You know, it started at 8 o'clock at night and it finished at 12 at night. And everything was done by the student, the stage, even the stage is set up by the student. I think if you have time, we probably will recommend some video apart so that we can see. It's difficult to believe that student at the age of 12, 13 conduct such a phenomenal show that we in IIUM probably will not be able to attempt. There are thousands of them participating. The kind of exhibition is from very academic to very musical, but still within the Islamic ambit. How do you manage to attain that? And this is something that I think we need to learn from Gontor. Papa, please help us.
Yeah, actually, we usually name our university as the School of Life. Then the students not only practicing, not only studying the religious sciences, but they also they study sciences. But outside the class, the students are taught to work independently to solve their own problem. For example, the secondary student for class 10 in Malaysia, I think, they are the chairman of 4,500 students and manage all the daily life of the student. But at the same time, they practice what we call sincerity in religion. So this is worldview. And they also taught to do all this as part of their ibadah. Every time we talk about this to the student, and we also tell them that this is your institution, this is our institution. If you do think this thing in the best way, so your ibadah is become better. So every time we talk to the student about the values on outside the classroom. Now, this is what we call the holistic education. I mean, the students are involved not only in managing the school, also involved in the worldview of the Kiai, the worldview of the Tuan Guru. And Tuan Guru always talk about something universal. And this is not simply doing education. We are doing for the Ummah. We are striving, we are worshiping God, and so and so. This is the secret that I can tell you, Prof, because it's very difficult to explain this kind of value inculcation in our pesantren and pondok. And the student, thank God, Alhamdulillah, the student are I don't know what we call in English. Professor Abdulaziz maybe know what we call it, Sibgo. Sibgo Darussalam.
Means the way of Darussalam, or the manhaj of Darussalam,
manhaj,
or the approach, the way, Sibghatullah.
Yeah. So when the student from outside secondary school or primary school to Darussalam, then they leave and they do the discipline. They are doing all the things that related to the organization, and they are already situationized in the situation that they have to follow. Everybody is doing this and that in very sincere way. So everybody should follow this without any compulsion. This is what I can tell you, Prof. Very difficult to explain actually. And in our university also, we do the same thing. And the student also, for example, our student in Faculty of Theology is given the task to work in a canteen, for example. And our student from Faculty of Sharia should work in our kitchen section, dealing with the 1,500 students in the meal. This kind of work is not kind of exploitation, but this is education for the student, and this is very good impact for their future. And this is what we call it, the school of life. Thank you, Prof.
Prof, can you add one more, this wakaf diri concept, which we...
Oh, yeah.
We have your wakaf.
There's one concept that touched by our founders, that the founder of this university is given their own endowment, their own land to university, to the school. All they even no single meter of their inheritance from the parent keep by them. They give all, and it become this university. And of course, these three brothers have very high obsession to establish university in very qualified and meaningful level. But when they are still alive, they don't witness this kind of development. And everyone who want to enter this university or this school, they come not because looking for the job. They are coming here for worshiping God and for the service of Ummah. So if people come to our university or our school and they come and asking for the job, we don't accept. We want them to come here for khidmah, for the khidmah of Ummah, and no question about this salary. And they have to sign and very formally, officially, that they will, for the whole life, will support this institution, this university. And of course, we have the motto like this: the good leader is the leader who thinks about the welfare of the staff. But the good staff is those who don't think about the salary, but think about the tasks they have to do in the institution. So we work here in our institution, our Wakaf Foundation, think about our life, but we don't think about how much salary we can get. However, the institution provide us houses, provide us the daily need, and of course they give what we call, it's not salary here, we call it ihsan. Ihsan is something given without any relation with the job, the task that we have done and we have to do. So whatever, how much we are receiving from the university, we sincerely accept this. But we believe that God will give us the guidance for us and will give us the material we need in our life. Also, this is very difficult for us to explain.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
MashaAllah. We have only about 5 minutes left. Anyone else has burning questions?
Prof, I have one question.
Yes, please.
For Prof. Rosnani. Can you please, Prof, if you can elaborate a little bit about these three terminology, pedagogy, andragogy, and also heutagogy? So there are a lot of discussion in the West when they talk about reforming the education system. So they are moving away from the pedagogy to the heutagogy at the early level. So can you please a little bit elaborate on this? Thank you.
Okay, Brother Abdul Wahid, I think you know more than me about this, okay? I guess pedagogy is a general term for the teaching methods. Andragogy address for the adults, okay, the methods. And then the heutagogy is now, I can't remember, something to do with self-regulated learning. So in other words, in fact, today with the pandemic and with the ICT, successful students are those who can self-regulate themselves in learning. If they are very dependent on the teacher, with the pandemic, where you don't have face-to-face, what do you call this, face-to-face learning, teaching and learning anymore, you just will be at a loss unless you get guidance from your parents. But if you are a self-regulated learner, okay, you have been disciplined in that sense, so you will be able to still continue with your study by your own self-discipline and going to the internet and searching for the materials that you need, following the curriculum that the school has given to you. So and I guess this is the trend, and studies have shown that those who have, there's a strong relationship between student achievement and self-regulation. Okay, so that's as much as I can explain. But I think I want to just say why we don't use hikmah, or rather than we just stick to philosophy, right? I think my own experience with teachers in school, I realized that once I was going to give them a presentation on hikmah pedagogy, but I did not use hikmah pedagogy then. I was using philosophical inquiry, falsafah, you know. So among the teachers, especially those from the Islamic studies background, they already know about the history of philosophy, you know, in the sense of existence of the Khawarij, the Murjiyah, and then Jabariyah, Qadariyah, and then you have Al-Ghazali, you know. So they straight away, one of the teachers said, this will lead to astray. This will lead our students astray. I was so shocked because I said, you know, in terms of thinking, the West have taught to a very high level. I just want to raise you within a certain level, you know, so that we can compete. We can really compete with them. And I was saying that I understand that in Islam, you can consider this Islam as playing within the football field. I would like to quote Professor Kazmi. Okay, we play football, you know, football, but we are bounded by the lines, you know. So we cannot go beyond that. But what makes football creative and interesting is because every time the goal is shot in a different way. So that's why people keep watching football. Okay, so I made to understand. I mean, why 20 people are chasing after one ball philosophically, right? Why would people chase after one ball? But it's because they are looking for the creativity in how the goal is shot, you know, and it's always different every time. But there is a boundary. So similarly, in Islamic philosophy, we are not as free as you say the Western philosopher. There is no boundary, but we have a boundary. But within that boundary, we can be creative. So this is why we change it to hikmah pedagogy, because the word hikmah in the context of the Malaysian audience, especially the Malay audience, it sounds more positive. But if I use falsafah, then the negative connotation because of our history. So that's just to relate to the question raised by the student brother just now. But in terms of andragogy, pedagogy, and pedagogy, yeah, all of these are methods to improve learning, okay? And to make learning meaningful. We are more concerned about, because philosophy can make learning meaningful. And we don't have it. If we don't have it, then learning becomes something on paper and in the mind without translation to action. Because when you say real learning in Islam, there must be the theory and then the practice. When there's theory and there's practice, then there'll be wisdom. If there's only theory but there's no practice, you don't know whether there's any wisdom or not. So yeah, you allazina amanu amilu solihat. Must be iman and amal soleh. So that is where philosophy is very useful, because it helps them to think, to become critical, not just accept everything given by somebody, okay? And then to decide first, to be creative. Now, what do you do to solve the problem? Okay. And then after you know this will solve the problem, you go and do it. You become the walk the talk. Okay. You don't just do something and don't walk the talk. That's also not Islamic. Okay. So I think that's it, Brother Hisham.
I have a simple task to thank all three speakers. They were amazing. I think you did a great job. None of us started to argue about too many details. We seem to at least agree philosophy has a general can benefit, and we can engage with the world externally outside if we enter into this. Stop trying to exclude yourself. Engage with the world. You can make it a better place. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Should I pass it back to the organizer?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Hisham, for moderating the session too. Now we are coming to the end of the program, but before I end, I would like to call upon Dr. Abdul Latif bin Abdul Razak, the head department of the Fundamental and Interdisciplinary Studies, to deliver his concluding remark.
Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Rector of IUM, Prof. Emeritus Tan Sri Muhammad Kamal, Prof. Shukron, Dean of KIRKHS, honorable presenters, moderators, and all the participants. أحييكم بتحية الإسلام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. First and foremost, I would like to thank Prof. Rector and all the scholars who contribute to this important program on Islamic philosophy and interdisciplinary studies. We really benefit a lot from all the deep and insightful ideas and suggestions. I would like to repeat, we really benefited a lot. Someone is in the middle of preparing a proposal to introduce a bachelor degree in Islamic philosophy and interdisciplinary studies. The design of this new program is to enhance the Islamic philosophy and interdisciplinary aptitudes and competencies of students. It will also benefit students who opt for a minor in Islamic philosophy and interdisciplinary studies. On a broader scope, the new program will contribute to Islamization and integration of knowledge and becomes a platform for enhancing interdisciplinary studies, including sustainable development, sciences, and all other related disciplines. I'd like to take this opportunity to inform our audience that there will be many other such webinars to advance the cause of enhancing this culture of interdisciplinarity. On behalf of the department, I would like to express my gratitude to Prof. Rector again, Dean of who attended and supported our program. May Allah bless all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Latif, for this concluding remark. I also would like to express my appreciation also to Tansri and also to the Dean of the Kuliya of Islamic Religion Knowledge, and also to all distinguished speakers who make their valuable contribution to this webinar. With your presence, actually, the webinar, alhamdulillah, successful. And do not forget also our IT officers who make this webinar successful. So I would like to call upon all of you to open your camera. Maybe we can take a photo together. Yeah, before we. Okay. Brother Sarim, are you there? Brother Sarim? Brother Sarim, Assalamu alaikum.
Enggak, dia dong baby lagi.
Brother Sarim.
Okay, stand by. 1, 2, 3.
Tapi yang menakutkan.
1, 2, 3. Okay, last page.
Last one.
1, 2, 3. Thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. We will like to.
Thank you, Wahid. Assalamualaikum.
Let's recite Surah Al-Asr, Prof. Tansri.
lagi.
Okay, jazakumullahu khairan, barakallahu fikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Salam orang Guntur.
Salam keluarga Guntur.
Terima kasih, Prof.
Selamat jumpa. Alhamdulillah. Jazakumullah. Okay, salam.